Honk. What's going on, Argonauts? Welcome, everybody. Welcome to a Friday night stream. It is 9:27 or 26 p.m. Eastern, and we are here with more of some awesome Inkle Sorcery 3. It is day 9 of Inkle Sorcery, the 7 Serpents. I actually was live a little while ago, and I don't know whether like Twitch notifications were borked or something, but like I went live and no one showed up at all for like 5 minutes, and I was like, that's weird. And then I looked over, and it took apparently Streamcord, sorry, in its infinite wisdom, took about 10 minutes to let anybody know that I was live. And I was like, so I am sorry. I don't know what to say about that. But anyway, I'm here and I'm running and I'm up and going, and the quest for a bot that will actually say when I go live and not 10 minutes after the fact continues. But in any case, it's good to see everybody, and I hope you folks are looking forward to some Sorcery 3. We rescheduled what was originally going to be Esper Genesis tonight, but we had a sick player. As you probably saw on Twitter, Carlos Hernandez is not feeling well at 21:18. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, man. It was weird. Because I went live a few minutes before that, but anyway, it's fine. Like it happens. There was a time, I think I want to say last week or the week before, where literally it was waiting for like 15 to 20 minutes before it would let people know, which is not what you want. I just want it when it goes live. I want it to tell people when I go live. Like I think I actually went live about 9:10, 9:11, maybe 9:12, and so I'd like it to let everyone know at 9:13 at the latest. Not 15 minutes later or whatever. But anyway, regardless, we were supposed to be doing Esper Genesis tonight, but Carlos is not feeling well. He's fine. He does not think it's a COVID related thing or anything like that. Just a bad cold combined with like being exhausted from a long week and everything else. So he is very sorry. He wishes he could play. He is, misses it and all that stuff. And since the next portion of what we're doing in Esper Genesis does have a lot to do with not just him, but the entire team, the entire crew, everybody decided that rather than trying to go forward with just the 3, we were not going to do that. And so we decided instead to go on that route, and just to have it just to let discretion be the better part of valor and come back next week. So next Friday, we will be back at 8:30 p.m. and we should have the full crew for that, as Esper Genesis is going to continue. In the meantime, though, we do get a chance to play a little bit more of the amazing and awesome Sorcery Part 3. Before we get to that, just a couple of reminders about things, just a couple of notes. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, the Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, and the website for all of this is arvineleron.com, newly configured and fixed by the amazing Craigery. This website is arvineleron.com. The Patreon is !ArvTreon, which will allow you to support the channel, and also get inspirations to help the players, also get a copy of one of my band's albums, a professional character background written for you, or an epic poem written about you, or even a professional writing critique if you support at a high enough level. So any of that stuff is available to you, plus inspirations to help the players as well, so that's a good thing. I did want to mention Arv Shop as well. Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get Adventures in Middle-earth stuff and Infinity and Beyond stuff. We hope to have Esper Genesis stuff up there soon as well, and there are going to be some adjustments made to that shop in the coming months. That is all part of the website and various other commerce overhauls that we're doing here, so you will notice some changes with that as time goes on. I mentioned the Patreon. Last, of course, we have the subscriptions. If you've already subbed, thank you, or resubbed, thank you, or if you're considering it, please do so. You get those custom sub badges and emotes, and you can also get inspirations to help the players as well. And last, but certainly not least on my side, !Icarus for details about my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for tales and tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, print editions coming as soon as they can get them out of U.S. Customs. And last but certainly not least, Gray Shade Chaos. The process or progress on that is beginning to accelerate significantly. More discussions today about art and about various aspects of the Kickstarter. So it looks like we are still on track. That is going to launch on March 16th. So I'm very excited again about the progress of that, and more details about that coming very soon, because as I said, that's a big project. There's a lot to it, and so I am excited, as they say. And the last thing I think I need to mention there is, let's see. Oh, yes, is, of course, as always, exclamation point BLM. Yes, March 16th being a Tuesday, because I always like to launch on a Tuesday because it is literally launching, during a stream. And we've been successful doing that with both Tales and Tomes and with Icarus in the past. So we're trying to keep up the good luck there. Hey, what's up, Rockgod? So, exclamation point BLM for Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, especially now. So please go there for links to resources, political advocacy, information, and stuff like that. And of course, exclamation point gracious. I already said that. Exclamation point help now, which is thank you very much, Triffid. Yes, I did want to mention that, and I will talk about that. Thanks for reminding me. Exclamation point help now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, which is very important as well. If you reach out to other people when they need help, and when you reach out to others when you need help, both of those things are super important. So please consider jumping on board for that as well. All right. With that said, let me get rid of that, and let me get rid of this, and let me turn on. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Let me turn on that. There we go. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. Hope everybody is doing well. So just a couple of notes here to keep in mind about things, about stuff that's coming up in the near future. And specifically, I want to talk about the schedule. Then I want to talk about actually, no, I guess I'm changing my mind. I'm going to talk about the stuff from Alligator Alley first, and then I will talk about schedule coming up over the next few days. So I just wanted to make two comments here, two quick notes about things for people to keep in mind. The first is, I talked about this before, and I don't remember if, let's see, is it this one? Or maybe it's that one? No, I don't remember. We had some command, I think, that we put together. And I honestly don't remember what it was, but there was some command that we put together for this. Is it Ali? I can't remember what it was that we put together. I thought, but I may be wrong about that. But let me bring this up. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember what the heck it was. I thought we had a command. I may be wrong, though. I may be incorrect, but I thought that we had a command. In any case, I have some links here. So two things here. So you will see we have Daring Do 1.1, and then we have a second one, which is Daring Do 1.2. And I happen to know, because I spoke to him yesterday, that Brian Dalrymple is right now working on Daring Do 1.3, which is basically a monthly news zine, I guess you might call it, which does stuff based a little bit on the way the old Dungeon magazine used to work. So it has adventures. It also has like resources, magical equipment. It has stuff that has like, space information, things like that. Like there are links here for, for example, like information about a particular sailing ship that you can use in your adventures. There's a mech that you can use in certain given adventures. There are articles about running a mystery, articles about magic items that you can find in dragons' lairs and things like that, and encounter the Apothecary Tower in winter. There's some really cool stuff here. And one of the reasons that I like it is that it reminds me very much of that kind of old school dungeon, not dragon, but dungeon magazine that you would get those adventures in. And there was always something new. It's funny because at the time, I only had my one group of players that I played with, and it was sort of erratic. We played usually about every 2 weeks or so, roughly. But, I had adventures we were running through. If I had what I had now, which is a host of ready and willing people to be able to play, I mean, you'd have like nothing but endless adventures with stuff like this. But in any case, it's cool, and it supports the Adventure Game Society, which is very, very much in need at the moment of support. This is Brian Dalrymple's store, the Adventure Game Store. And the thing about Brian is that not only is Brian a really good graphic designer, obviously a very good co-owner and co-founder of Alligator Alley Entertainment, he's also a really good guy. And he is, his store, like most game stores, have struggled to keep things going. Especially they have like a cafe and stuff like that they've done. And it's just, it's difficult, right? It's a situation where he has not been able to continue to, everyone has been trying to kind of manage and kind of get along with things, and it's been hard for them. So he decided to do this thing to help support what they're doing here. So I supported them just because I want to support them. I'm going to be getting, he sent me 1 and 1.2, but I'm going to be doing 1.3 and 1.4. 1, because I'm interested, and 2, because I want to be able to help when I can. So just something to take a look at and think about, because again, I think this is the kind of thing that would have value and would be interesting for you perhaps to take a look at. So if you want, it's not expensive. I think it is, how much are we talking about? Do I even have, oh, I lost the link there, but it's not expensive. Here, let me jump through and double check quick. I think it's like, what is it? Yeah, it's like $5. That's not that particularly expensive, so it should be okay. So yeah, that's the deal. So let's see. Okay. Yeah. And I don't know what happened. I know that Mrs. Dunsel is on here. As I'm looking, I'm trying to find the information about Brian's stuff. I was live. I mean, I got a note that's on Twitter that I wasn't live when that was tweeted. I don't know what happened because my thing reads that I've been live for a much longer time than that. And I was really wondering what was going on and why nobody had showed up. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if something happened with an ingest server, but I definitely did not tweet and then go, okay, so now I'm going to, I mean, I've been up before that. So I don't know what happened. It was really weird. I don't know. Hopefully that's something that does not repeat itself, because that can be kind of frustrating, because I was really like, what happened? Why nobody? Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, I was live way before that. And I think Commander Dunsel did something like, you said 9 o'clock. And I had at that point been live by like 9:10, 9:11 maybe. I did not go live at 9 because life things, but I went live at 9:10, and then no one showed up until like 9:23 or something. So I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, it is what it is. So, okay. So I wanted to show you all that thing about Daring Do. Hey, what's up, Sticker Glue? Oh, a minute or two after that tweet at 9:08. What tweet at 9:08? I'm not understanding. There must have been some delay that I'm confused about. Hey, what's up? Good to see you, Sticker Glue. Thank you for the host. I'm looking at the time. Oh, yeah, you sent me that at 9 p.m. Yeah, no, you're right. I wasn't live by 9:08. No. But I definitely was live by the time that I was live way before anyone else reported it. So that was all. Anyway, regardless, we're okay. Congratulations, Sticker Glue. I hope the first week went okay. So I'm trying to find this link to this zine that is here. I'm trying to find the link to this zine that he put up, because they have that thing that I just mentioned about Daring Do, but I also have something else that he sent. Where is it? I'll find it. I want to find the link that he sent me to the Zine Quest Kickstarter that they're working on. Because it's cool, and I also want to give them a pop for that. So, this is this. Okay, that's that. I know about that. I don't care about this. Please wait. I really wish Gmail's search was better. I thought that I had this, which is why the delay. And I did, but I didn't have that particular link that I needed. Okay, almost. I'm into 301 to 400 of the emails. Come on, search. You can help me out here. Ah, there we go. I got it. Here we go. Yes. Right here. Okay. So the other thing that Brian told me about that they were trying to do, which is a Kickstarter that they're running, is this thing called The Void of Thrantar. So this again is part of Zine Quest. Zine Quest 3 is being backed by Kickstarter. They've done a lot of these things. They've done two of these before, Zine Quest 1 and Zine Quest 2. And there are a lot of people that I know that are writing for Zine Quest or connected to Zine Quest. And Kickstarter is basically supporting anyone who's producing stuff within this category of Zine Quest links. And so we have there the Void of Thrantar is a new one that he is supporting, that they're supporting, that they put together. And it features this South Florida-based artist, Neri Mexicano III. I hope I pronounced that right. And if you take a look at it, it's very, to me, like, almost, it looks very 80s, like, Thundar the Barbarian type of stuff. And the thing about also Zine Quest, which I did not know, is that they ask people to stick to 3 colors in the production of this to give it that zine feel. So that's why you can see that there is green, there's yellow, and then, or I guess actually rather black, white, and green. So those are basically the 3 colors that they've got. And my favorite one of these, if you scroll down a little bit on the list, you'll see there's a slime beast, which is basically, it's literally just made of slime, and it has armor on it and stuff. And so I like the art. I think it's cool. I think it's sort of a neat concept, and it's basically a 5e compatible post-apocalyptic science fantasy role-playing game adventure and a setting, again, in this Zine Quest 3, and it has hooks and encounter tables, or you can run it as a one-shot, and it is inspired by Saturday morning cartoons of the 1980s and stuff like that. And so they have a PDF, and then they also have a physical booklet, which is going to be produced also, which they estimate will be around October 2021. This is not a very large goal. Right now, the goal is $1,200, and they're at $845. But I thought it was kind of neat, and if any of you ever liked watching those old school, if you were around when they first were, the old school 80s cartoons, or if you weren't, but later on you've come to see the joy of the Thundercats, Thundar, Silverhawks, Mask, Inspector Gadget, I guess, Dungeons and Dragons, that kind of thing. So there's all that sort of stuff that's a part of it. Yeah, that's true. Denzel, I'm telling you, I think I've talked about this before. I always wanted that energy bow. That Ranger's energy bow, I was like, please sign me up. That energy bow is awesome. Freaking love the energy bow, especially the awesome Dragon's Graveyard episode. I like that show. I was around for all that stuff. Hey, me too, man. Me too. If you're old, what does that make me? It makes me older is what it makes me. Dude, I love the energy bow. And anyway, so this is the kind of feel that it's got. And I think his art is pretty good, actually, in capturing that feel. Like I said, it feels very much like that sort of quality. So, and he's just been producing a ton of art. You can see a lot of examples. They have character backgrounds there and whatever. So again, I thought it was kind of cool. It's the sort of thing that would be fun to look at, and even to run as like a one-shot. And so this is part of Zine Quest, and they have 9 days to go. All these Zine Quest ones are like 14 days. And so they have 9 days to go. I want to say that Christopher Negelin, who also is with Alligator Alley, I think he's also got, I believe, a Zine Quest one that they're doing. I don't think it's the same one as Void of Thrantar. And if I can find that out, I'll try to post it. But I wanted to let you know because I just thought it was kind of cool. And I'm looking at some of the link that we saw here, and it's kind of neat. So yeah, 8:45 is what it's up to right now. So 9 days to go. I am not involved with this in any way other than just being a fan, obviously, of them in general. And so it will support them and also kind of support a cool little mini Kickstarter almost. So I thought that was fun. So so I wanted to just talk a little bit about that. But otherwise, schedule-wise, what we've got going on is today we have got Inkle Sorcery 3. Tomorrow we will have D&D with viewers. My plan is to go live there between 7 and 8 p.m., probably closer to 8 than 7, I would guess. And I have to announce something about Farpoint, but I'll come back to that. But yes, I'm going to be doing that. So D&D with viewers. I have not decided what I'm going to do yet. I could possibly, I know that Echo sent me a message asking if I was continue the House of the Midnight Violet. Possibly, I may also choose to do something that's not D&D at all. I haven't decided. I have to look through my various options and see what it is that I'm going to run. But if you want to do some role playing with me and with some of your fellow Arvanauts, now is the time to actually do it. Yeah, you just got a message from Discord. I went live. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know. It was weird tonight. Anyway, So yeah, so if you want to do that, you can join up with me tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we will have, of course, Blades in the Dark, the Speculate Twitch channel joint event. Blades in the Dark with Brandon O'Brien as your DM, leading the intrepid Strange Friends crew of Michael Underwood and Yuri Kusano and Valerie Valdez and Yoi Gawain Lin through more of Dunwall and its environs. So if you want to see that, you should definitely check that out. That'll be 6 p.m. Eastern this coming Sunday. Monday, we will be off, and then Tuesday, we will be back with the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, and that is going to be Frostpunk, as decreed by chat. And then we'll be over on GOG playing Talisman Adventures, which should be a good time. And then I think on Wednesday, I don't remember I think we have Community D&D. The folks in here can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's the case, that we have Community D&D on Wednesday. Yeah. So we've got that going on at 9 p.m. Eastern. Thursday is off. And then on Friday, we have got again, Esper Genesis. This time, hopefully with everybody there, we'll actually have Esper Genesis. And then Saturday will be more of this game, Inkle's Sorcery 3, and that will, and then Sunday, I believe we are off for Sunday, and that wraps us up for there. There may be something that pops up on that Sunday the 28th that may be related to something Mike Underwood is doing. I haven't finalized details on that, but we may have one extra little bonus thing happening for you folks that's tabletop related on Sunday, so we shall see. Hey, what's up, Shadowed Mage? That's the plan. All right, cool. So yeah, that is the plan. So that'll be happening. So it should be a good rest of February. Couple of notes. One note on March, which is that March is going to be a little bit up in the air, especially mid-March, because as all of you know, my family is moving. More and more, approvals are happening and contracts are being signed. The closing hasn't yet happened, and until the closing happens, I really don't want to share more information about this place, but it feels very, very good and very likely to happen. And so when that closing happens, which will be late February, very early March, I will then definitely share details about this new place we're moving to. But the move is going to be happening in mid-March. Now, I'm going to have I'm going to be trying to set up internet up at the new place. I'm going to be trying to do that as soon as I can once we have everything confirmed. Sadly, I'm going to be leaving behind Verizon Fios. Sob. It is going to be hard to lose 980 up and 980 down, I'll tell you right now, to go back to Optimum. But supposedly, Optimum cable, where we're going, is also really good there. And so we should still be able to get like hundreds and hundreds, like 300-400 up and down, which would be plenty suitable. But there's just something nice about that. I've never had any internet this fast, and so it was just nice to be like, now I have to leave that behind, but still, it's worth it. So anyway, but just as a note that there may be a little bit of disruption in March, so you'll just have to bear with me as we're getting up to the new place. But once we're up there, man, the new place and the new streaming area is going to be sweet. I may even do a couple of live streams, like bringing you in as everything is set up in the new environment and all. So I'm very excited about that. It's going to be cool. So yes, you need to know where to send the champagne. Yeah, this place is really exciting. It's really, really exciting. It's a place that it's not a place I would ever have expected I could theoretically live. And I mean, just in terms of the layout and the way it's designed. So again, we'll talk about that when we get there. Now, one note that I want to make about this coming weekend as well is that I'm going to be at Farpoint virtually this weekend, which is normally held in Baltimore every year. And I have done previously live streams from the book fair at Farpoint, you may remember. Oftentimes I will interview people like Aaron Rosenberg and Keith DeCandido and David Mack and people like that. I've done live streams there from the book fair. Obviously, we're not doing anything in person until at least late summer or early fall, but I am doing virtually the Farpoint thing. So tomorrow I am going to be at 11 o'clock doing a panel called actually Online Civility. Let me find this link. Thank you, Trivid, for doing that. The layout made it impossible for you to live in. What? Is it too exposed to the sun? It's good to see you, Rogan. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have any clue. Are the mods getting bonuses? You posted a mind-blowing fact you learned today in the music section of the Discord. What is that? Okay, I'm going to have to check that. I'm going to have to see what that is. And as for champagne, of course, Dragon, I do not drink. So if anyone sends me, like Virgil's root beer, the greatest of all root beers, I mean, that's one thing I'll happily take. But Yeah, so anyway, Saturday at 11 a.m. is Are We Just Going Mad? Online Civility and Social Media. So I will be on a panel with Jay Smith and Stephen Kosniewski. I think I've been on a panel with both of them at this same convention sometime in the last few years since I've been going to Farpoint. Why do people interact like ignorant savages online? Why isn't it enough to be right? Why do folks feel like they must destroy any dissenting opinion? Panelists discuss if our personalities online are who we really are, if we use online anonymity to develop a new persona. Panelists will discuss the psychology of online anonymity and social interactivity. Side note, um, I just side note. So there's this thing that happens sometimes in conventions and conferences where panelists begin by saying, I disagree with the premise of the whatever, the question, the premise of the idea. I have a little bit of that going on with this because why isn't it enough to be right? I guess meaning you have to destroy the people. Why do they feel they must destroy any dissenting opinion? I don't think this is what this is pointing to, but this feels to me a little bit like we're veering close to the sun of the why can't we just accept each other and be tolerant of each other's opinions, even when those, for example, support the idea of armed insurrection in our capital or something? And I think we've sort of moved beyond that. I am very strongly in favor of nuanced discussion. I think it is a very bad idea to shut people down under most circumstances. But as I've talked about on this channel, and I'm not going to get into again now, but as I've talked about before, an idea which suggests that one should throw people out of the marketplace of ideas because they don't deserve to exist as people is not an idea that needs to be allowed into the marketplace of ideas. So there's a difference between those things. Anyone who has been following, I know that Triffid must have been, but anyone who has been following the kerfuffle regarding Bane Books' forums and things like that over the last week to week and a half will know that this has been very much the subject of what people have been talking about. And so I definitely have some thoughts about online civility. I do think it's important. I have some feelings about, I have some concerns about the implications of cancel culture, and I do think it can go too far. But I also think that sometimes the language of, why do we have to destroy each other? It depends on whether we're trying to destroy people that would prefer to end people's lives. And if those are the people we're destroying online, I'm fine with that. Those people don't need to exist as voices which we must accept. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. I just noticed that, and I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Dunsel knows what I mean. This is this whole thing about like, but you're being intolerant to me when you say you want to be tolerant. And I'm like, no, we are being intolerant of people who think that there are those who should not actually exist to speak their opinion. This is the problem with you're being intolerant. Of Nazis? Yes. Yes, I don't tolerate Nazis. Nazis should not be tolerated because Nazis would end the marketplace of ideas and replace it with a very clear vending machine of their ideas only. And that is not a marketplace. So anyway, that some of this may come up tomorrow, but it's one of those things that as I was looking at the description, I'm like, so we'll see. It may just be the way that the question was phrased, but I'm looking forward to interrogating that question. So that's going to be tomorrow at 11 a.m. An event. It's available online. And then on Sunday, two things going on. First of all, a panel which I am moderating, which is storytelling with new technology. And that is with myself and Jay Smith again and Nathan Schnell about how to use podcasting and other new media to tell stories. I definitely am looking forward to that one. And then I am going to have a variation of a talk that I've done before at conventions, which is on story building in books and games, dungeon mastering for the writer, and writing for the dungeon master, talking about the things that you can learn from each. Each of those is about, I think it's not an hour, I think it's like 50 minutes basically. And you can access all of them by registering for Farpoint, which you can do by going over to there. And then if you go to Farpoint 2021, you can register for it, and then you can jump on board. And I would love to see any or all of you there to watch and be a part of it. I will not be streaming this on Twitch, by the way. I'm not restreaming it or anything like that. This is just something being done strictly through Zoom attendance and stuff like that on Farpoint's like official servers and all that. But you can log into it, you can register for it, and then I'd love to see all of you folks there. So that's the deal with that. So that's the, oh, well, I appreciate that, Echo. So that's the deal with that. I did want to mention that to everybody. Would love to see anyone there. So again, that starts tomorrow at 11 a.m. is my part of it. And there's going to be some other cool ones as well. There's a lot of panels that I'm not on, obviously, that you are welcome to check out and see. I'm probably only going to be able to do the panels I do because I'm going to be too busy, like with family tomorrow and Sunday we're doing work. other than the ones that I'm doing myself personally. But I may try to kind of jump into one or two of them if I'm able to just lurk in the background. We'll see. But I wanted to let people know about how that's going to go. We will see. So yeah, but anyway, Triffid, yeah, we hate this panel topic. I mean, that's the thing. I don't like being that guy because I feel like a lot of times it's just sort of like it's like a weird flex, like, well, the truth is, here's what the panel should have said. Convention organizers work really hard. They work really hard. They do lots of work behind the scenes to get things set up. I have some experience with that, working on writer tracks for Origins and things like that. So I know that there's a lot of work that goes into it. I do not want to, dunk on people who are making these descriptions, really. I don't want to be that guy. It's just there are some times where I'm like, and it's something that I need to think about. So I'm considering it. I'm just, I'm looking forward to discussing the subject a little bit more. So that's basically the idea. Yeah, no, Echo, we don't need to do a command. I agree with Triffid. There's no reason for that. It's just for this weekend. So, but something like we do here, like ArvCon, or, if we were to do another JulyCon or whatever, that's different. But for something like that, nah. I just wanted to let people know about it, because people can check it out otherwise. So anyway. Oh, yeah, had we remembered a while ago. That's true, but I actually didn't even have the schedule up until about, I guess we could have started posting it. I think I got my schedule like 2.5 weeks ago, I guess. But, not a big deal. It's, Farpoint is pushing it. I talked a little bit about it on Twitter, I think. And so, yeah, so I've done my bit for King and Country, as they say. With all that said, the time has come for us to jump into some Sorcery 3. So, with no further ado, let's do it. Let us make this happen. Okay. I was like, why is that off center? And then I realized it's because of the game. Okay. Well, that was cool that the beacons all sort of went in position. It's a little warm. I am going to take off my sweater. Bear with me 1 second, chat. You will see underneath that I had plans for this evening, as you will see when I show you this shirt. Alrighty. There we go. So you can see what I had planned. My plan was this. My plan was Crucible Core. And then, sadly, it did not happen, but it's still a cool shirt. I still like the shirt. So, okay. Yes. So, let's get to it. So, in our last, yeah, I love this shirt. I'm this one, and then I've also got the Infinity Beyond. I need to get an Adventures in Middle-earth shirt. The reason I was waiting is because the Adventures in Middle-earth shirts had characters on the front, like, one for each of the characters, and then it has the crew in the back. And as the lore master for that campaign, I don't want to play favorites and be like, oh, let me get this shirt or this shirt. So I don't want to get 4 different shirts. I do not need to do that. So I never got one of them. And now that we've switched players, we actually have to like reconfigure those shirts anyway. So I'm trying to do a CD&D shirt next. Listen, I'll tell you right now too, if at some point down the line, the community D&D team, led by Shadowed, if the Shadow crew at some point wants to do a shirt, or do something which I could put up on the merchandise area, and basically sell those shirts, I think that's really cool as a concept, and I would certainly be open to that. I'd love to be able to at some point get merchandise for everything that I do, available up on this channel. Right now, we are in the midst of trying to reconfigure the merchandise area, so it's not something that would happen in the next couple of weeks. But it's the kind of thing that certainly by the time we get 6 months from now, I'd like to have a lot of that coordinated. So, just think about that. I don't know, Rogan. I'm not sure that you do. I do hope that they are being careful about who they let in, and they're moderating it carefully so we don't get what happened to some people, which is getting Zoom bombed, especially with racist stuff when we're dealing with panelists of color. That would be a big problem, so I really hope Farpoint's ready for that. But I don't know how they're doing it, so that's not my bag. That's up to them. I mean, that's not my show. That's up to them to handle that. So, okay. Here's what we did last time. Oh, logo on the front with the characters in the back. That's a whole other reversal. Yeah, that's exactly, Rogan. I think that's important for sure. But I mean, for it even to appear, you know, they just need to make sure that they're checking that it's not people just like trolling around looking for a good time, you know. I agree with you that that's the key, is moderation and slow mode. And supposedly they should have someone watching at all times anyway, so hopefully you're right about that. So yeah, the option to have the logo in the front, the characters in the back, the other way around. I don't know how easy it is to set that up, to be honest with you, Echo. It was Kilobyte who did a lot of that, but you know, I'm again looking at different aspects of how this can be done, whether we even want to stay with the same merchandise people going forward. I don't know. So I will think about that as time goes on. So in the game the last time, we are trying to get, as you all know, these 7 serpents. And we had a good session last time, actually. We ate some food. We don't have any rations now, but we have eaten for the day. We have 14 out of 18 stamina. We have 14 gold. In addition, we have a lot of things that we recently did. Hold on a second. Okay. We have a lot of things, actually, that we were able to get last time in terms of clues. We have now defeated the Moon Serpent, and we have defeated the Air Serpent. So 2 down, 5 to go. Of the 5 that remain, we now know where the Water Serpent is. We actually have a mark for where the Water Serpent is waiting for us, which means that there are only 4 Water Serpents that are unaccounted for. One of those serpents, the Fire Serpent, is supposedly coming after us. So we'll run into that Fire Serpent eventually, and when we do, the Fire Serpent's weakness is sand. We don't have sand yet. We need to get some, but at least we know that we're going to run into the Fire Serpent. That leaves 3. The Earth Serpent, which we have not run into yet, but we do, because we are the followers of Throff, have Throff, who is the enemy of the Earth Serpent, and we know the Earth Serpent's weakness, so that's good, but we still need to find the Earth Serpent. We also have the Serpent of Time. Now it says nothing can defeat time, which means that I still have to think about, we have to figure out like what we're going to do to deal with the Serpent of Time, and presumably that'll be the final serpent we have to manage. And then we have one serpent that we don't know who the serpent is at all. We don't know where they are, who they are, what their weakness is, or anything about them. So, but we got a lot of clues last time, and that really helped us. We're getting there. In addition to that, webinar registration of 10 panels. That seems reasonable. Okay. Yeah, because there's like a whole like thing where you can walk around. Like there's a thing where you can actually physically walk around in this large room and like chat with people like visually, which is kind of neat. I guess it's a new thing that they're trying, so we'll see. The music is still drowning me out. Man, I dropped this already. I dropped this to like 6 and it was like that. Time is on my side. Sorry about that. I really wish the menu was not that loud. Understand, companies, hear me. Get your menu music ready. All right. Okay. Yes, so we have that. In terms of magical items, we have got... Oh, we do have Pouch of Sand. All right, cool. So we do have sand. We do have the weakness for the Fire Serpent. Cool. So we need oil, as this is the weakness for the Water Serpent. We don't have any oil yet. We'll have to find some. We have noise plugs. We have 7 pebbles. We have a bamboo flute. We have 3 giant's teeth. We have a black face mask, a green-haired wig, a bracelet of bone, a sun jewel, a gold-backed mirror, an orb of crystal, a jewel-studded medallion, a gale horn, yellow powder, 2 handfuls of stone dust, and a jewel of gold. We have a lot of stuff, and also a duplicate spellbook. We have a lot of stuff for spells, which is really cool. In addition to that, I talked about the clues. We have keys, which I don't think really applies to anything. Maybe that snake belly key. We have other items, human skull, a set of dice, a giant net, a rope ladder. We used that rope ladder, actually, when we were going down the well outside of Throff's sanctuary. In terms of weapons, we have a -3 sword. That's our old sword that we've been using to, like, dig at stuff. And then we have our longsword, which is now +2, a really awesome longsword that the Cladaman blacksmith gave us. And we have a chakram, which is a throwing star. And in terms of treasure, we have 14 gold pieces, and we have a fistful of gems. Throff is currently watching us but not aiding us, because we got help from Throff before. But otherwise, we are in pretty good shape, I would say. No, someone actually stole our skull cap, Triffid. That kid, which I hope we find again, stole our skull cap, which is frustrating, and so we can't cast telepathy. But we did get a black face mask and the green-haired wig, so that's the deal with that. Okay, now last time we dealt with this dude up here. This was the guy that was on top of this tower, and then he got eaten by a rock or something, ROC, rock. And when we were done with this, our plan was to go back this way and then to head over this direction. This was the plan. And the reason why is that we discovered, thanks to Mirinda, that these are actually not just beacons, they're fast travel locations. So you can literally go to one of these, click on one, and it will take you to any of these other beacons, which is a big deal because it means now that we can fast travel among this land that much faster. So we definitely want to get here to turn on this beacon so we can illuminate the land here. But also we want to go across this way because we have yet to explore over here. And the only reason we found the air serpent is because we were going up this way and just ran into it, and then it attacked us. So we need to make sure we explore. Like, that's super important. Thank you, Shadowed. That's awesome, dude. That's the one. It was AGS Zine. Yes, yes. That was the command. Oh, man. I knew it was something. Thanks, Shadowed. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I was like, I thought we did this. So. Well done, Rogan. You level up for that defeat. So this is the part that we're going to do, this one, because this is one that chat wanted to do. So we're going to go this way. Once we get over here, basically up into here, then I will let chat start deciding what they want us to do again. But the overall goal, just as a reminder, is to go here, and then chat wanted to go up here. We can probably just go here, actually, and then fast travel to here. And then go, or to this statue, whatever this is. And then basically travel over this way, like zip, 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 activate that beacon, and then we're good to go to see what happens in this world. Okay? So that is our plan. So now that I've explained all of that, let's head this way, back towards the steps. You march onward, the ground dropping a little. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. Another night begins. You should find a place to sleep. In distance, you see a flash of lightning and you feel a breath of a wind. A moment later, it is past. I hope we can rest here. You walk on, ascending and descending. The moon rises, filling the world with thin silver light. This is the eastern slope of the Badu Back Ridge. The steps stretch away from here. Exploring the steps in the dark might be dangerous. Okay, I'm going to rest here because, again, we're heading up into the mountains. We know where we were going. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I hit the wrong button. Okay. This is what I want to do, is rest. Curl up in the shadow of the mountain. Laying your pack down by the foot of the cliff, you try to rest despite the shivering cold of your still wet clothing. At least you've eaten well already. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You dream you are trapped in a low straw hut, its door sealed with bolts made of bones. A small fire is burning in one corner but quickly spreads until you are surrounded by flame. That's bad. You feel yourself starting to sweat from the heat. And you wake up to find a ball of fire raging mere inches from you. Look at it. The fire does not seem to be fueled. It is a ball about 3 feet wide, gushing with smoke and steam. A moment later, it unravels, uncurling into a long animal form. It is a firefox, and it is coming for your neck in a blaze of fur and fire. Okay. Well then, that means it's time for us to fire up Arvbot, people. I knew Firefox couldn't be trusted. No, I actually, I use Firefox. That's what I prefer. Firefox. Okay. Alrighty. Alright. Okay. Okay, so we have a problem because... Oh, that's great. Brilliant. Okay, good. All right, there it is. Took a little while. There we go. Now it's back. That was weird. All right, our bot is now functional. So, what should we do? So here's what we have, chat. We got a Firefox coming for us. Do we? Do we draw our sword? Do we cast a spell? Here's the spells we have. Here are the spells we have. Okay, we could create a stench. We have nose plugs. So no stamina for that. Maybe we can make the Firefox stagger back from the smell. Yeah, for the spells, though, I usually don't mind that because it's not too bad. I'll drop that down a bit. There you go. Is that better, Rogan? Let's see. Okay, rock turns to stone. No, my mic sound isn't... It shouldn't be too quiet, I don't think. That should be better. Can we confirm that the sound of the spell is better now? I hope. That's alright. Seems okay? Alright. So rock would use up... Okay, so rock would use stone, would create... would turn this creature to stone, presumably. But it would also use up... That sharpens our blade. We don't have any beeswax. So... Hot creates a fireball. Can I suggest that we not throw a fireball at the Firefox? Can I suggest that might be just a little bit counterproductive? Just saying. Okay, cool. Thank you, Trivia. Yeah, like, that just seems not... Okay, walk creates a shield. That's 1 stamina and 1 gold piece. Or we could do, let's see, F. We have a force field, which would cost 3 stamina. Or we could also cast fog. No. Which summons darkness. And that would take 1 stamina. To fight fire with fire. Okay. So that's what we go. Draw our sword, cast Nif, that creates a terrible stench. We have nose plugs, so we wouldn't be affected by it. Cast Rock, which uses powder to create stuff. Basically, Nif creates a stench. Rock turns it into stone, hopefully. Hot is shooting a fireball at a Firefox. Tossing a treat. Yeah, here, have this. That's funny. Walk is a shield that takes a gold piece and a stamina. And then Foff is a force field, which takes 3 stamina. And Fog is darkness. So, go ahead and get your votes in, chat. Let me know what you would like to do. I love these pictures so much. What's up, Otakin? I haven't seen you in a while. That's good. What do you mean revote? You could do change vote. $ change vote space. There you go. Yeah. That's right. Who's a good little Firefox? I have a feeling this thing does not look... I don't know. This thing does not seem super chill. Literally. Not super chill. No, chill. Oh, wow. Chat is all over the place. Well done, chat. We have a 4-way tie between... Okay. Here, Sparky. You all are just sad that there's no spell called Ice. Ice, which is countered by Justice. See what I did there? Put the fox in the walk and get ourselves some dinner. What do you mean? Fireball is not going to work against a Firefox. I want Tidal Wave, yeah. We need, what is it in Pokemon? Surf, right? We need Surf for Pokemon. Should send you to Mr. Freeze. Fox in socks and walk with rock. All right, I'm going to last call on this. I'm going to last call. The bigger fire wins, yeah. The game probably says you use 3 stamina for no reason, the end. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea. But it would not be my first thought. All right, we need someone to break that tie. We got 3 votes for Draw Our Sword and 3 votes for Cast Nif, which is the stench spell. Maybe it's just like, oh, if only you had thrown a fireball. All right, going once, going twice. Are you doing change vote 2? Oh, really? Shadow? That's funny. Got to catch them all. Yeah, it's change vote, sticker glue. $ change vote space and then the one that you want. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, we're going to close the poll. Nif has won. Very good active chat participation on that one. I love it. Bodes well for the session tonight. N-I-F. Create stench. You grab your nose plugs and stick them into your nostrils before casting the spell. A terrible odor begins to blossom from your sleeves in a choking cloud. The smell affects the firefox powerfully. It quickly turns and runs off into the dark with its tail between its legs. Hell yeah. Or. Wait for the smell to clear. You wait calmly for the smell to clear. Time to rest. Please note, we are up to 16 out of 18 stamina. Hell yeah. Day 11. During the past day, you defeated the air serpent, meaning there are now only 5 serpents remaining. And no dinner. Yeah, but we ate some yellow moss. It's all good. Thou art blessed of the stench. Thanks, Galadriel. Okay. Morning comes. It is time to move on. Cast a spell. Okay. This is interesting. We can see the future. Seeing the future actually did help us one time, because we have a crystal ball. It did help us because we were able to see the thing with the bird when it killed the sage that was on top of that tower. So we have Zen hover in the air. That doesn't cost any stamina because we already have the medallion. Fire kills a fire. I'm having flashbacks to college days and what certain college people thought was funny, Dunsel, you know what I'm saying? Okay, how is safe passage? How is going to take a stamina? Again, we're heading up into the mountains. That was the plan that we agreed to last time, but this, I guess, could give us some extra information. Far might give us some extra information, for example. D-O-C, Doc. That heals disease. A, we don't have disease. B, we don't have a potion. And I think that's all, right? Okay. So, yeah. Whoops. I wish I didn't. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. There we go, chat. So, should we cast Far, which allows us to see the future. That doesn't cost any stamina. Zen would allow us as well to cast. That would allow us to float in the ground. That wouldn't cost stamina. I don't know why we would do that, but we could. Cast Howl allows us to see safe passage. 1 stamina point is what it would cost to do that, or move on. And we are moving up into the mountains regardless, but, you know. Oh, really? Yes, I do. I do remember, and I shall show you. That's where we are. We're heading up here, right around here, because we said we were going to go up this path and here, because we hadn't explored here. And then we're going to go down this way. And then the plan is to go up here to the beacon, light the beacon, and then we'll have a choice to make. Do we, like, explore the land here, depending on what is revealed? Or do we fast travel back over here, climb up onto this bridge, and then head east into this section? And remember, the water serpent is here waiting for us, but we don't have the weakness for that yet, which is oil. We need to find that somewhere. We'll also need to get this beacon working, but the only way to do that is to travel south. And so, yeah. Zen allows us to hover in the air. Just, type of thing. Yeah. All right, we got a tie vote right now, 3-3. Let us see what we can see. Crystal ball, give me sight beyond sight. I'm going to last call this. Last call, last call. Last call, last call, last call. Tie. It's tie. So we will need someone to break this tie. Either should we cast between far or move on? We will need someone to break this tie. All right. And going once, going twice. Near, far, wherever you are, why are you making me sing Celine Dion? Shadowed mage, just because she's Canadian. All right, we're going to move on. You stride forwards. I like the idea that we're actually singing that as we're climbing the path. We're just like, wait a minute, what? Can I not climb that? Oh. I thought we could climb that. It looks like we can't. Can I go there? No. How about there? My throat will go on. All right. Well, I mean, if it's not going to let us go up there, then the other thing we wanted to do was to take this and fast travel up to this beacon. That was the next plan. The thing is, though, I mean... Well, yeah, because we can fast travel here. Not here. That's not what I meant. We could go here and fast travel to here. So we can get over the mountains. It's just I thought that we were going up here. So I don't know... Interesting. No, I always expect that whatever I say on here could be kept for posterity. I'm always aware of the potential. That's weird. Well, I mean, the only thing to do is to go here and then take the beacon over here. And then once we get here, we're going to have to decide, chat, if we want to go back this way quickly and up here to explore whatever this is, or if we want to just go here and then fast travel up to here and deal with this. So we'll have to make that decision. But for right now, there's nothing to do but go the other way. You set off across the hard ground. The sun has not yet crested the last peaks in the east. See why? Yeah. So it's not going to let us do that. Interesting. Okay, I'll rewind that. I just wanted to see. Very strange. Yeah, well, so let me ask you this, chat. Do you want me to rewind it and then use Zen instead? Should we do that? As Wibble suggested? You can just tell me that in chat. Do we want to try or try far to see? Like, do we want to do any of that? Because, yeah, maybe Zen would let us up. Far than Zen? What does chat think? Because I thought that there was going to be a flag here for us to move up here, and there wasn't. So, Zen then far? I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, either way. Far than Zen? Okay. All right, so let's rewind it back there. Oh, wait. No. I don't want to go all the way back there. Okay. So we cast Far. Sesame Street. Let's cast Far first. I love that spells like this where you have components don't cost you any stamina. That's nice. Okay. You sit cross-legged by the foot of the cliff and put your palms on the orb of crystal. You move the starlight into order around you and everything changes. Colors and images swirl around and into you. A wide lake across which a boatman moves with silent oar strokes. All right, chat. Do we watch him or do we watch the lake in this vision? You can tell me this in chat because it's just two choices. Do we watch him or do we watch the lake? Him or the lake? Watch him, Ricky Lake. All right, him, and Ricky Lake. Him. 5 hymns and 1 Ricky Lake. All right, looks definitive. Going once. Going twice. Okay. Him. Watch him. You watch his movements and cannot help but feel there is something wrong with him. They are too fluid, too smooth, as though his whole body was a sapling moving in the breeze. Do we call to the boatman or watch in silence? Interesting. This sounds like it's giving us a clue about the water serpent, actually. So do we call to the boatman or we watch in silence? Call to the boatman. I'm guessing that what this is beginning to tell me is that when we get a chance to cast Far, unless we're in a case of actual danger, like the Firefox is running at us, that's a bad time to sort of see the future. But we should probably cast Far when we have that opportunity because it feels like every time we do, we're given a clue that's helpful. So, okay, call 8675309. I got it on my wall. Okay, call. And silence. Okay, 4 calls, 2 silence. Silencio. Four calls, 2 silence. Four calls, 2 silence. All right, last call here, if you will, before the call. True. That's when we wake up and we're being attacked by 65 animals again, right? But this is Far, though. This is not, we're not actually asleep here. Okay, 5 calls. I'm going to assume that's a vote for a call from Triffid. And so we're going to call. Could melt our brains. You call out across the water to the boatman, who looks up and waves in return and begins to pull towards you. There is something intent in his eyes. Something intent? Okay. The vision fades. A few clouds turn in the sky. Interesting. Okay, that's information we will use for later. Let's try to remember that if and when we see a boatman. Okay? There is intent. He has intent, or he is intense. Like, I don't think intent in his eyes quite works. All right, here we go. Hover in air. You weave the enchantment and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up in the air. That was it, chat. You rise a short way up the rock chimney, but the whole ascent is a long way. All right, do we keep going up? Chat, do we keep going up? This is definitely the call. Keep going. This is a very good call. Far was basically give you a clue, and then Zen is what does the stuff. Okay. Up, balloons. Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? Ba-na-na-na-na. Okay. Keep going up. The spell carries you high and without incident or weakening. You land gently on the mountaintop. Hell yeah! This is where we wanted to go, chat. We got a map. We got a mini-map. We got a mini-map. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. This was once perhaps the cone of a volcano. Now it is a wide, dusty stone bowl, but it is not empty. In the center stands a circular dwelling with a steeply pitched canvas roof. Let me just check this for a second. I love these mini-maps so much. Super cool. Yeah, exactly, Echo. It would have made no sense. Okay, so as always, I always look at things when I'm given the option to do so, unless it's like looking at things may mean that we get attacked or killed. By the way, is Throff with us? Throff is not helping us yet. So, all right, look at the chimney. Looking more closely at the chimney and the rock, you notice a faint purple aura surrounding some of the stones near the top, and a few faint purple glows further down. Perhaps there is some enchantment on this flue, or perhaps it is simply a color the owner of the hut enjoys. Cold winds claw at your skin. All right, chat. So, the question. What should we do? Should we drop a stone down the chimney? That's never gone bad for us, right? Dropping stones down things without knowing what was below us. That never had a problem. Pretty fly for my god. All right, let's cast a spell and see what we got. We got a lot of them. All right, let's go with M first. No. Sometimes this is not accurate. Yeah, see, it keeps... Thank you. All right, so Mage, protect from magic. Fool of a Took. Okay. We've got that. We have... We could summon a goblin, but we don't have a goblin's tooth, so we can't do that. Oh, what is the good of that? Goblin. Jump into that chimney. Okay, How finds safe passage. Alright, let's cast How. Alright. Grow in size. Yeah, exactly. What? Okay, F. Fall, that's float in air. Which also costs 1 stamina. I think that's all, right? Is fall, big, how... Yeah, I think that... Oh, no, there's one more. I bet this is sus. Yep. And that's sense danger. Mage is 1 stamina. Okay. So there we go, chat. Whoops. So we can drop a stone down the chimney. We can cast a spell. We can cast Mage, which gives us a magic shield. How, which grants us safe passage, or like tells us where safe passage would be. Big causes us to grow like a giant. Fall lets us float in the air. Not like float up and down, but just like float in one space. Or Sus allows us to sense danger. Both of those, and all of those I just mentioned are all 1 stamina each to cast. Or make a move. And then presumably, we would move into, I assume, the center of this hut thing. Yeah, this is perfect. Then we can go down the other side. Just the way that we intended to, so. Yeah, none of the spells seem that interesting. I can see an argument for sus, but see, the thing is, even if there is danger in there, that doesn't mean we shouldn't check it out. Like, I mean, sometimes it'll tell you the nature of the danger, which might be helpful. But I'm with you, Ragnar. It's, like, not, you know. You know what to do now. Make a move. If you want it, you got it. If you want it, baby, you just bust a move. You say swello, she says hello. Come sit next to me, you fine fellow. Everyone wants to drop a stone down the chimney. Bunch of trolls here. You know what was a great idea last time is when we dropped a stone and hit someone in the head. Chat. Never change. A bunch of foolish chucks. You wish you had Jig. That's right, Ragnar. You were my big Jig fan, weren't you? You weren't here the last time. No, you've just joined the hive mind of drop stones down wells. I wasn't part of that nonsense. I hear you. Okay. And, all right. We're going to close the poll. Chat has spoken. You grab a nearby stone and toss it over the side of the mountain. It plummets just as fast as you might expect, careening and bouncing from the chimney sides until it explodes into particulate dust halfway down. Okay. All right, that had no real effect. All right, so now we've got room for everything. So at the time. Okay, so we can cast Sus. That's Danger Sense. Mage is a shield. How is Safe Passage, theoretically. Big makes us grow big like a giant. Fall allows us to just float randomly in the air. Not go up and down, but just float there. And then make a move is, obviously make a move. I do like, though, that they give you a set of choices that there's so many options and choices, and it's hard to tell sometimes if something is obviously going to work. Like, sometimes it's like, okay, you do that. You're like, okay. And it has no effect because it wouldn't have an effect. Like, who cares? But it makes it feel very much as if you are given choices and invested in what's going on because of that. So how basically gives us information about safe passage, like what the safest passage would be. It's not always specific about what it means to have something be safe or not, though. So it's like find a safe route, yeah. Precisely. All right. Last call here. Last call. And okay, we're going to make a move. The wind whistles across the top of the mountain. Okay. Well, we're not going to go back the way that we just came. So, chat, tell me, are we going into the hut or are we going to the pass? The pass is the thing that we're going to go into eventually that leads us to the west side of the mountains and towards the beacon. But for right now, are we going into the hut or the pass? So, hut or pass? Yeah, basically, that's also north. So, hut or pass? Hut. Job of the hut. Get into my hut. Hut, 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 hut. Hut, 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 hike. Hut, 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 hut. It's reminding me of the Blues Brothers. The SWAT guys at the end. Hut, 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 hut. Oh, man. Okay. Question. Can you all hear the whistling of the wind in the game right now? Yes, you can? Cool. All right. Just want to make sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. According to the will of chat, we are going to the hut. You approach the hut. Its walls are made of painted wooden planks well set into the rock below. This is no temporary shack or traveler's tent. A little thin smoke is rising from the stack. A few loose stones tumble over the sheer drop to the east and disappear. Okay. All right, we can knock on the hut door. Sounds like I ate something spicy, yes. I did have Indian food tonight, so. Okay. Let's see. So, all right, Madge. Man, we already know about this. So cast. You already know the deal with this. I think that's 1 stamina, right? Yeah, okay. We could cast that. We could cast... Again, with the floating in the air. So we know about that already. We could cast... How, again, that's the find safe passage thing. Yeah, then again, big. Actually, wait, big may be 3 stamina. Is it 3 or 1? No, it's 1. Okay. So big is the whole giant thing. Goblin we can't do because of the goblin thing. So this has all been the same sort of thing so far. And then I think we have sus is danger. Yeah. Okay. All right, chat. Here we go. Do we knock on the hut door? Do we cast Mag, which is the magic shield? Fall, which is just float in the air. How is safe passage. Big is we get really big. Sus is sense danger. Or make a move, which basically would mean leave. Like knock on the hut door is this. Make a move is get out. So, and fall would be float. I don't entirely know why we're floating though. Like I don't know what the point of that is. That's not Zen. Zen allows us to move up and down. Fall, we're just like there. And I don't. You in my hut now. You in my hut now. All right. If you have the chance to float, you should probably take it. Would you say your normal experience would be, Helmus, like if you're just walking around in life, you just like to be, just in general principles, just float. Just usually float. I just, yeah. You walk into a restaurant, you're just like, hey, I'm just floating. Who is it? Okay, we're going to last call this. Nobody wants to do something interesting. Oh, poor Ragnar. Just float over them, yeah. Okay. We are going to knock on the hut door by the will of chat. Basically, yes, Rock God. You approach the door and knock. From inside, a wizened voice calls, "You're late." Okay, I'm going to assume these are all the same spells. So... You're late, he says. Okay, so just quick, do we another seer? A Jungle Brothers song? Is that really? I don't think I've heard that one, Dunsel. Actually, I don't think I've heard Jungle Brothers. I've heard Jungle Love by the great Steve Miller, not the abomination of a immigration advisor for the previous fascist in chief attempter, but the Steve Miller band. Swim on the burning my island. Know I've seen you before, so I brought you a crate of papaya, and I waited all night at your door. Probably couldn't remember. I probably couldn't forget. Jungle love. I don't remember the next part. Something rain. Everything's better when wet. Do-do-do-do-do. The jungle love is driving me mad. It's making me crazy. The jungle love is driving me mad. It's making me crazy. There's one part in that Steve Miller song where it's towards the end of that song where he hits this harmonic run that's on a guitar, which is just like do 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 do, which is just like awesome. I happen to be a fan when those harmonics get used. Aaron from my band The Road uses those a lot. So, Jungle Love by Morris Day and the Time was better, yeah. Girl, I'll house you. You in my hut now. Maybe I have, but I don't remember it, though. I don't think I remember it. Okay. Enter the hut. Seems to be the will of Chet. Intrigued by the voice's words, you open the door and step inside the low hut. Okay. Inside the hut, your vision is lost in gloomy darkness. Let us suppose, a croaking voice declares, that I am a sorcerer and you are a sorcerer too. Do you know which of us is the more powerful? What is your favorite color? No. There is no contest. Lonely hermit needs social engagement. That question is always Gandalf. All right. So do we say there is no contest, show yourself stranger, or do we leave quickly? What do we do? Night at your door. Probably couldn't remember. Probably couldn't forget. Aha, Chad is simpatico in this one. You are of one voice. We demand that the stranger show themselves. What I always love about this image, by the way, is that this image of all of us playing it together. So there's like, instead of one person, there's like 23 of us right now, like clustered, counting me, 24, clustered in the hut, like around the fire. Let us suppose that all of you are sorcerers. Stay a while and listen. That's true. Okay. Hillness wants contest. Yeah. And Dragon's Breath. Of course, exactly. All right. It looks like they are going to get outvoted, though. All right. Show yourself, stranger has won. Show yourself, stranger, you reply. Stranger, replies the voice, chuckling, you are in my house. There is a pulsing glow from somewhere across the room, and a moment later the hut floods with brilliant, dazzling light, so bright you are forced to turn aside, eyes watering. I see you are not powerful enough to counter that, the voice remarks. The light finally fades to a more comfortable level. And then we say, I do not know that counter, or I know the spell. Now, the thing I'm not 100% sure about is a little confusing to me. I don't know whether, I'm assuming that means I do not know that counter, or you can say, I know the spell you just cast. I assume that does not mean you're saying I do not know the counter, or I do know the counter, because we don't know the counter. That would be a lie. So I don't think they're asking you to lie. I think it's saying I do not know that counter, which is true, or saying I know the spell you just cast, which is also true. We have a darkness spell? Yeah, but that's not... I don't think that's a counter to that, though. Unless fog is the counter to... I mean... Yeah. Now we know it. Would darkness be the counter to it? Maybe? Because the spell that he just cast is Sun. He just cast Sun. I don't know if we know the counter for Sun. Right, I would assume it's fog, which is darkness. That's what I would assume. Like, for example, dark is the counter to hot, and you can see it says that, right? I'm guessing that the counter to sun might be fog. But it doesn't say that it's a counter, so I don't know. So I'm not sure. And dropping trough. Okay, so let me see. So let's see. Mrs. Dunsel says, I do not know the counter. So basically counter. Now we know it. So Hilna says no. So counter, no. What's your vote, Commander Dunsel, on this one? The darkness spell. Does that mean that you're voting for that I know the spell? Right now I see counter, 1 for counter, 1 for no, 2, 3, 4, 5 for counter, 5 for counter, 2 for no, 6 for counter, 2 for no. Okay, 7 for counter, 2 for no. Okay. All right, 7 for counter. All right, let's say that. I do not know that counter. I do not know that counter. You hear the speaker rise and approach. A wizened, calloused hand is offered. It is straightforward enough. The spell of fogging is negated by that of sunlight. But calm yourself. I mean you no real harm. Welcome. We learned a new counter spell. Sweet. So now we do know what the counter is. Booyah. We got a counter spell. All right. Now, do we shake the hand or do we say greetings, chat? Remember, this is pre-COVID. Shake, shake. Yeah, I know. Dunsel, I get the impression you're getting a little tired of the all-knowing sage, wizard, seer type in this game. I have studied the ancient histories from... Oh, shut up. Okay, let's see. Shake, 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 shake. Milkshake. I'm going to assume that that's a vote for shake. Shake it like a Polaroid. Okay, so mostly shake with 1 greetings from Ragnar. Sorry, Ragnar. I think you're going to get outvoted on this one. Shake the hand. You shake the hand, expecting a trick, but none comes. In the light from her spell, you can now see the sorceress. A woman so... I serve the flaming fist. A woman so ancient that her features are lost within a mess of wrinkles. She smiles as you look at her. I could be anybody under all these years, could I not? She remarks. Okay, do we say, who are you, or you are a sorcerer? What do we say? Who are you, or you are a sorcerer? So, who or sorcerer? Who are you? Who? Ah, who the flip are you? Okay. Who? Source, who? Option 2. Okay, wait, so I've got 1, 2 who's, 3 who's, 4 who's, and then I have source, 4 who's, 3 sorcerers, and a Dunsel vote that I don't understand. I have 4 votes for who. The eyes, boo, the eyes. I have 4 votes for who, and I have 2 votes for sorcerer. 3 votes for sorcerer, sorry. 4 votes for who and 3 votes for sorcerers. So boo-hoo, so 5 votes for who, 3 votes for sorcerer. Rogan, is that a vote? 5 votes for who, 3 votes for sorcerer. 5 votes for who, 4 votes for sorcerer. This is close. 5 votes for who, 4 votes for sorcerer. 5 votes for who, 6 votes for who, and 5 votes for sorcerer now, because Rockgod just voted sorcerer. 6 votes for who, 5 votes for sorcerer is close. All right, I'm going to last call this. 6 votes for who, 5 votes for sorcerer, going once. Going twice. Okay, who are you? Barely. Who are you? She smiles. My name is Bria. I am a sorceress once of High Zamin, though I left that place some time ago. You are welcome. Okay, so now the question is, what should we say? Now, she says she left some time ago. So obviously the Archmage is from High Zamin, but we don't know if she's a follower of the Archmage or not. So we have to think about that. You are from High Zamin? Question. You are, no, not your are. You are a follower of the Archmage? Or do we nod and return? That's the shepherd. That's the ... What should we say? Nod in return. You're our a good. You're our grammar good. Your grandma good-ish stuff. Shenanigans. Let's make an assumption for exposition. I love it. Thank you for the follower, round shirt. Thank you for the follower. Thank you for the follow. You are a follower. Thank you for... So, because you followed me just now. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Argonauts. The Archmage 1 has an exclamation point. It's a question. Yeah. You were a follower of the Archmage. That's true, yeah. I'm a little... I feel like that second one might come across as me as unintentionally aggressive, you know? Like, High Zaman is like, oh, you're of High Zaman? Which is kind of like, oh, I'm just going to repeat what you said. Or Nod is like, you know? You were a follower of the Archmage? You know, like... Cast hot! Like, I feel before we light up the hut, we might want to get a little bit more information. Before we're just like, we gotta take you down. The Archmage of Zaman, the Archmage is the guy who stole the Crown of Kings from Analand, which is our home country sticker glue. He's the one who took the crown from us, and so Analand is falling apart. And so we need to get the Crown of Kings back, not just for us, but because otherwise everyone is going to fall to open warfare among themselves. So that's who the guy is. But the High Zaman is a big place, is the thing. Like, there's a lot of people there, and it wasn't always the Archmages. I think he, like, moved in and took over at some point, so... That's the deal. So I don't know whether she's a follower or not. As Dunsel says, she might be maybe not a follower now, maybe. I mean, one thing is, I feel like she could have just, like, ripped us into the fire or something if she wanted to, right? Like, it seems weird to be like, let me teach you a new counterspell before I kill you. Like, so, I don't know. But, who knows? All right, last call. I feel like High Zaman is a fairly neutral response. You are from High Zaman? I trained in the fortress, as all the true sorcerers of this land do. She nods. You are worried. But please, the Archmage of the fortress was not always as he is now. Okay, so do we ask about the Archmage or ask about herself? What do we do here, chat? Archmage or herself? You can tell me this in chat. Echo says Archmage, Shadowmage says herself. Okay, herself. Archmage. 2 for Archmage, 4 for herself. 3 for Archmage, 4 for herself. We need to know our enemy, Archie. Okay. 4 Archmage, 4 herself. I think either one of these are good options. I have no opinion on this. I think both of these are good choices. I have no opinion. Ask for all the things. Yeah, but where do we start with, Rogan? Eventually, we want to ask about everything, but what do we start with? You always want to ask the question that you think is going to be the one that you need the most first, or the one that might lead to more answers, but you always want to, just in case you don't get to ask anything, you know? Okay, Shadow, see you in a bit. So yeah, 4, so herself, okay. So we have, let's see, Archmage. 4 Archmages, and then we have 5 herselfs. To ask about the Archmage first. Always ask ladies about themselves, not some other dudes. Is that how it goes? Okay, 5 herselfs and 4 Archmages. All right, we're going once here. 5 herself. Oh, sorry, is that right? Yes, 5 herself and 4 Archmages. 5 herself, 4 Archmages. Going once. Going twice. Okay, ask about herself. Tell me more of yourself, you begin. She seems almost to blush, ancient veins lighting up for a moment like a blown coal. There is little more to know. I lived in the fortress for most of my life, but came here in my old age. She gestures you to sit down and takes a seat herself. Aw, she likes that we asked her. Okay, so now the question is, what do we say? Do we ask about the Archmage, which might be the way to go, because we can always do Swindle Stones later. Tell me of Mampang. Do you play Swindle Stones? Or take our leave? All right. All right. Now she may be more open to answering questions. I mean, we'll get to Swindlestones. Ragnar. We'll get to Swindlestones. I think we can maybe ask her some things first before we get there. So, Prince Justin, what's up, my friend? How are you? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yes. That's a nice line, too. Ancient veins lighting up for a moment like a blown coal. That's nice writing. That's a nice line there. There's some good subtle moments in here. There are some other moments that are not as subtle, but there are some good subtle moments in here. Yeah, it's nice. I would love someday, and I don't know when this is going to be something that fits into my schedule or, you know, I'm not looking for new projects, but I would love to have the opportunity to write a book of this kind. Like the construction of it is something like I know they have templates and programs that allow you to make things like this. It would be really cool to have a chance to work on something like this and have this be a part of something larger that gets done with this stuff. Like that would be really cool. Yeah, it's really cool. More projects, yeah. No, it's not like I got enough going on, but down the line sometime I could see that as something which, excuse me a moment. Man, this thing never quite fits quite right. Okay. So like this, it goes like that. Yeah. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to last call this. Last call, last call. All right, all right, all right. Very random thing that all right just reminded me of. So that reminds me of Matthew McConaughey. And Matthew McConaughey, I happened to notice the other day on YouTube where I did one of these things where because of recommendations based on other things you look at, I went down the rabbit hole a little bit, and I ended up on a link from the movie Amistad, which I have not seen, and I should see at some point. But that, of course, is about the historical Amistad, which was a slave ship where the slaves rebelled and killed their masters, eventually ended up in America, and then the Spanish basically wanted them back because they said they were their property, and there was this whole back and forth thing. And it was very prominent in sort of later abolitionist movements and stuff like that. Well, the person who, lawyer, the people that everyone knows that was the lawyer for that was John Quincy Adams, the same lawyer who was the previous president of the United States, and who, after he was the son of John Adams, one of the founding fathers, and when he was, after he was done being president, he became the representative of Massachusetts. So he went back into, like, doing politics, but not in the same way. Interesting guy. Anyway, so he was the lawyer that basically defended the escaped slaves and ended up winning the case. But the person who was with him was played by Matthew McConaughey, and his name I need to find this here. The name of the character that he played was, wait a second, yeah. Okay, Roger Sherman Baldwin, right? Roger Sherman Baldwin was the guy who was the other person who did that. Now, if you go, well, who was Roger Sherman Baldwin? Well, Roger Sherman Baldwin was, first of all, the 32nd governor of Connecticut. He was a United States senator, but he was also the grandson of Roger Sherman, and thus is my direct ancestor, because my direct ancestor is Roger Sherman, who was responsible for the compromise that allowed the Constitution to be written in the first place, who was the only person ever to sign all three major documents, Declaration of Independence, Constitution, and the Articles of Confederation. Only guy who ever signed all three. And so Roger Sherman's grandson was the lawyer that successfully, along with John Quincy Adams, successfully defended the slaves and defended the freed slaves. And, and that's my direct ancestor. And it's so cool for me. Like, my daughter really, little Arv loves this too. There are so many ancestors in our past that we could look at and be ashamed of what they did and be like, no, I take real pride in the fact that Roger Sherman, and who did not own slaves, incidentally, himself, and his grandson are my sort of direct connection to that. That to me was awesome. I'm like, you don't get much better than in the 19th century defending escaped slaves and like successfully keeping them from being taken back. I'm like, that's so yeah. And I just happened to notice that Matthew McConaughey was playing that part in the movie. So it was cool. Isn't that cool? I just like, not necessarily for Roger Sherman and multiple children. Yeah, no, but they traced down. That's true. I guess I might be I am a direct ancestor of Roger Sherman because we can trace it down genealogically, and I don't remember why. I'd have to go look back at the tree. But I don't know. I guess it's possible that I might be what would it be? Like, I'd be a cousin related to Roger Sherman. I don't know whether it's that same line. I'd have to look at it again. But yeah. But Roger Sherman is my direct ancestor, and Roger Sherman Baldwin has got to be connected there too. So anyway, I always thought that was cool. No. What did I say? No, he is my ancestor. I know that. Yes, he is my ancestor. Did I say I was an ancestor of his? That's not what I meant. He is my ancestor, is what I was saying. But I don't know. I know that I'm in the same bloodline somewhere. Okay. I didn't mean I was the ancestor. He is my ancestor. Yes. Okay. We were going to ask about the Archmage. Okay. Ask about the Archmage. You knew the Archmage yourself? You continue. She nods. Imagine, if you will. Dream, if you will, of a courtyard. Of you and I engaged in a kiss. Can you see me? Can you picture this? This is what it sounds like when the doves cry. Sorry. Whew. Anyway, as I was saying, imagine, if you will, can you picture this? Okay. Imagine, if you will, a country of great peace and prosperity, ruled over by a group of wise and powerful sorcerers and sorceresses. They tended the fields, managed the weather, healed the sick. They chose their leader by an arcane process. Any child from the land might become that leader and be taught their role from an early age. Okay. Interesting. All right, so we say very well, which is kind of the, okay. Sounds idyllic, which is, oh, that sounds nice. And then say the Archmage is their leader, question mark. Or, what of the crown? That feels like, the what of the crown feels like we're jumping forward. She's like this, and you're like, that's great. What about when he stole the crown? That feels like it's leaping like 200 years. Yes, Prince was, yeah, and not just guitar. Not just guitar. So go ahead and get your votes in, chat. Not just guitar. Prince was a brilliant, as you know, I'm sure, Rock God, brilliant instrumentalist. Brilliant. Multi-instrumentalist. He could play guitar, he could play bass, he did drums, he could do piano, keyboard. Like, Prince, I think at one point I had heard could play like 6 different instruments or something. Yeah, Prince was a genius. Prince is a genius. He's an interesting guy, you know. He ended up going through this very long process, and then he kind of became very religious. But then even that, the religious thing wasn't exactly the way people... He was an interesting guy. And a lot of people thought, you know, obviously when Michael Jackson passed away, that was a big blow to pop music. Jackson was a very good vocalist, good songwriter, and all that. But Prince was a big-time musician. He really was. So... I still argue to this day that if you listen to the song Raspberry Beret, forget about the content, forget about like the lyrics of, you know, whatever, like that was part of his, like, I don't know, his kind of aura in the 80s. But forget about that. Just in terms of the instrumental, like the way it's put together, right? And that whole synth sound mixed in with a fiddle. That's an interestingly constructed song, even in terms of the instruments he chooses to use. Or some of the rhythmic stuff, the stuff that he did with Sheena E. Or Sheila E. I always get them mixed up. Sheena, the You Got the Look. You Got the Look. Or obviously Purple Rain. Really interesting. Even if it isn't your bag, like his ability as a musician was really, really impressive, regardless of what you thought of his work. So, yeah, that's right. That's right. Very prolific dragon, yeah. Yeah, it was Sheila E. But the thing is, there's also a Sheena E, which always confuses me. That's the thing. There's like two. There's like a Sheila E and a Sheena E. Raspberry buffet. He had a raspberry buffet. The time you dined in a market basket. A raspberry buffet. And if it was warm, you couldn't get a banana fit. Raspberry buffet. I think I love her. Really? That's interesting. It does sound good. Although a blueberry strawberry buffet would sound even better. Like I feel like a movie star. Yeah, well, I don't know if you saw in Discord. I think it was Discord. Or no, it was not Discord. It must have been Twitter that I saw this. Where they had, I mean, Mozart, of course, was composing by the time he was 4. And so he wrote, in fact, okay, without Googling this, chat, without Googling this, I want you to tell me when he wrote this. What age he wrote this. So don't look it up. You got to promise, okay? Okay. Listen to this. Just for a minute. Further on. Okay, so that's a full symphony. How old do you think he was? And he wrote a full symphony. That was his first ever that he wrote. And symphony number 1 in E flat. So don't look it up. Okay, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 12, 6. Dunsel's right. He was 8 years old when he wrote that. Mozart was an incredible genius. He was a prodigy to end all prodigies. 8 years old. And actually, Mozart used to do this thing where his father, Leopold, was quite a composer too, although not the equal of his son. And he used to do this thing where he would come downstairs, and this is when he was like, I want to say 5 or 6. He would come downstairs. He wrote his first piano sonata, I think when he was 6 years old, if I'm not mistaken, and his first opera when he was like 11, again. But anyway, so he would go downstairs, and he would play a chord on the piano. This is at night, and he'd play, da. He'd play that, and then he would wait. And then his father would hear that, and he's a musician, right? He couldn't stand it, so he'd go down to the piano and be like, da, and resolve the chord. So Mozart would play like this, da 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 da, and then his father comes down, da. He like stopped doing that. He seems like he was like everyone liked him, and then he was. Then just things went south for him. He made some bad decisions when he got older. And he ended up dying very young. I think he was in his 30s. And he was in a pauper's grave and died so young. His piece, actually, the piece that he wrote, the last piece of music that he wrote was half of his Requiem. And he didn't even get all the way through it. It was completed one of his students completed it based on notes that he left behind. But it was my favorite piece from this is the last piece that we know that Mozart himself created. Exactly, Dunsel. 35, yeah. God, what a loss. Okay, let's get back to the game. Anyway, that's why, in case anyone's ever curious why I put so much stock in music in these games, this is why. Because sound design and music has a profound effect on people and can strike at cores of people that other stuff can't necessarily do. This is why the best music really undercuts it. And I remember listening to that, of course. This is partly tied up with memories of my father, who himself was an expert in classical music. And I would wake up literally almost every day. My dad would have classical music on down below, and he had this huge collection of like 800 records with like, from Gregorian chant all the way up to like, Stravinsky and stuff in the 21st, like Leonard Bernstein and that stuff. Just gorgeous. Like, whew. I'm telling you, Triff, it was extraordinary. That same concert where they did this song that was just absolutely staggering, that same concert, they actually did something where they positioned themselves again on four corners and they did this rolling song. So they basically made themselves sound like a living didgeridoo. Like a didgeridoo. The instrument, the wom, but like they made it sound that way, like you were in the midst of a 3D didgeridoo. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just unreal. Shout out, if you get a chance at some point to go back and check the VOD, go back and listen to what I just played, which was Purcell's Hear My Cry, done by Chanticleer. It's unbelievable. And we were talking about music and metal and all that stuff. Okay. Sorry for the delay. I apologize. Let's get back into the game, but oh man. Oof. So that song barely, beats out Lacrimosa for me from Mozart's Requiem, but it's real damn close because Lacrimosa is absolutely gorgeous too. But that and hear my cry, just yeah. I sometimes feel, Dragon, that there was something wrong about the fact that our fathers did not know each other. Every time I hear stories about this, like, I feel like our fathers clearly should have connected with each other somehow, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's not much music in this game, but there is good sound design, Ragnar. There is really good sound design. But yes, music. Listen, good music is expensive, right? And this is the thing about the group that I'm working with Green Forge Studios. They've been producing some really great stuff. And again, from a real orchestra. So, yeah. What? I got auto-modded. I can see it on here. How's the music? Okay, that seemed normally to me. Okay, so, sorry about that. Where are we? Yes. Vote was sounds idyllic. Okay. Sounds idyllic. It worked well enough, yes, she sighs. Imagine the Archmage as a peacemaker, a teacher, but also a thinker, a discoverer of many secrets of the stars. He looked too far, this Archmage. That's interesting, Dragon. Dragon, when was your father born? Because my dad, of course, was also a New Yorker. When was your father born? He is evil. That's the... Really? See, because my dad was born in 1930. Interesting. Do you know what borough he lived in, Dragonspear? So do we say he is evil, what do you mean, or he has stolen the crown of kings? A little bit, Triffid. Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder about that. This is all outside the book, by the way. You never hear any of this in the book. I'm telling you... What? Yeah, well, like, what? Do you know what borough he was in? Because that would be interesting to me. Because my dad was 1930. Yours was 1932. My dad was on Staten Island. He grew up a lot on Staten Island and did a lot of stuff there. But, I mean, I don't know. There's millions of people in New York City, even back in the 1930s. But that's interesting, though. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. What are my options? Well, there's 5 boroughs. There's Staten Island. There is Brooklyn. there's Queens, there's Manhattan, and there's the Bronx where I live. So my dad spent a lot of his time in Staten Island, and that was basically it. My mother lived for a while in Manhattan before she met him, and then she grew up in New Jersey. And then when they got married, when they had me, I think when they got married up through the time they had me, they lived in Staten Island. And then I was there for 2 years and then moved to New Jersey. And then New Jersey to Connecticut, and then my father died when he was in Connecticut. But my father traveled a lot, though. I mean, my father started out here, but he traveled to North Dakota. It was the only place he got a university job when he first was out looking for teaching work. He was in California for a while. He was in the Navy out in California. He lived I think he'd been in all 50 states at one point. But yeah. But growing up, he went to high school on Staten Island. He went to Wagner College, which was also in Staten Island. And then later on, when he did his later work, he ended up going to Wesleyan for I think they called it a 6th-year degree at the time. He got his master's degree. I think he got his master's and PhD at the same place. He got his PhD at St. John's, where I now teach. But Staten Island pride. What high school did he go to? Born and bred native Staten Islander. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I'd have to take a look. My aunt lived on Staten Island. My aunt was actually the number one female bowler on Staten Island, number one woman bowler on Staten Island for a while. But no, I didn't know that. Maybe you told me at some point when we were speaking and I forgot. I don't think I knew that. I want to take a look because I have his yearbook somewhere. I think it's in books, in boxes in the garage because I don't have room for it, but I will in the new place. So let me see. Oh, okay. Well, I found his obituary. I've seen this before, of course. Right. So Dr. Donald D. Wilson, blah, 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 blah. He was born July 16th, 1930 in Staten Island. He was the son of Elizabeth Wilson of Florida and the late Arthur Douglas Wilson. Lived in New Jersey prior to moving to Canton, Connecticut 18 years ago. He received his BA and MS degrees from Wagner College. Okay, so he got his master's from Wagner. I didn't know that. A CAS from Wesleyan. I knew about that. And a PhD from St. John's. In 1990-91, he was a Fulbright senior lecturer at Sofia University, Bulgaria. He was a veteran of the Korean conflict, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and I know about all that, obviously. So, yes. So, what high school did he go to? Is everyone just talking about New York? No, my dad was in New York. It was in California. In fact, my dad got into the Navy, lied about his age to get in, actually, in California. And because he was when he was very young, obviously, and because he was on the wrong coast, Ragnar, he never got into combat in the Korean War. He was in the Navy during the Korean War, but he never got into combat because he's on the wrong coast. And you and I might not be having this discussion if he had chosen differently, because if he had been on the East Coast, he might have gone over, and who knows. I don't have an account. I can find out easily enough because I can either ask my aunt, or I can find details. I know for a fact that I have his yearbook someplace. Sorry, I'm not going to do this forever. I'm just looking quickly to see if I can find. He was born in Manhattan. He was in the engineering corps in Korea. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's totally possible that they could have crossed paths. You know, it's just very funny to think about that for me. Like, wow. What the heck? All right, this should narrow it down. Okay. All right. We're not going to spend all night doing this. I know this is not fascinating to watch me try to look for stuff. Well, anyway. Your father was born in 1925. But I will do this one more time. I've shown this before. But this was my father and my dog. That was my dad, and that was my dog Trilby. And that was probably, he probably was 50-something in that picture. I guess I was probably, I'm trying to think, because we got Trilby when I was like 7 or 8 years old. And that's taken at 90 Davies Avenue, which is where my mother grew up, where my mother and her sister grew up. So probably it was, oh God, that probably would have been 82, 83 is my guess. So my dad would have been about 53, 54 now. That means in this picture, he probably is only about 6 or 7 years older than I am now. Wow. That is wild. That's really wild. And yeah, Trilby was a really sweet dog. And those are my parents. Those are my parents when they got married. So. That's wild. Yeah, welcome to genealogy. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, and one last one. Yeah, but it's doing the job, man. It's doing the job. I'm so happy with this camera. Although I'm looking into one other new lens possibility, which I'll be consulting you about, of course. So this is not that long, actually, before my father passed away. I think this is taken in Canada, where he was visiting someone that he met in Bulgaria, who then moved to Canada, a poet. So that was him. And you may see a little bit about where I got my interest in hats, probably. And that was my mother, of course, with him. And the other one, which I'll show, and this is not of them, this is of me. And specifically of, that is Little Arv at the pediatrician when she was like, yeah, he did have a great smile. When she was probably like, I don't know. I think she's maybe 10 months, 11 months. No, not that young. Maybe like a year, but not much older than that. She was probably right around a year or so there. And she still smiles to this day. And that kid is now 13 years old. Time goes, people. Time goes. Oh, thank you, yeah. Well, that right there is the light of my life, so. That right there is the best kid on earth. Although, you know, people say I might be biased. What do they know? I know, right? Yeah, Dragon, 48, man. 48. But I'm feeling good. And I'll tell you what, one thing that's really important for everyone to remember, one of the things that I think, because I've had a lot of people say to me before that they're like, you're 48? They would have been like, you look like 38, which is very nice. And if I shave the beard, I lose 10 years off my age immediately, incidentally. One thing to keep in mind is that one way to stay young is to work with people that are young. And if you work with people that are young, it helps a lot. And that's one thing, one great blessing of having my kids, and also, of course, the chosen professions, plural, that I have, is that. So, thank you, Shannon. Yeah, those are all important to me. So, supposed to be tied for best kid. Well, see, here's the thing. My son Kalen is spectacular. He's such a cool kid, and I have dedicated my latest book, Winnie and Wormwood, is dedicated to my son and my daughter. And I believe the way I put it was to Cenevine and Kalen, heart and spirit, because he really has a kind of like a just a vibrancy, a life, a spirit that is awe-inspiring. He's an incredible kid. And when he gets older, I have no doubt that, of course, we love our kids all, we love our kids all the same in a way. A lot of us do anyway as parents. But you need to remember that Cenevine was my first, and the first one who came around, and the connection and bond with my first and what we went through is enormously strong. So it's not that I love Kalen less. It's just that the intensity for a kid that is only 4 now. Remember, he's only 4.5. He'll get there, give it time. And Cenevine is my heart. I mean, little Arv is just, very, very important to me. And Kalen is, such an inspiring kid and so much wonderful spirit. And of course, I adore him. I'm lucky. I've got great, great kids. My wife and I always say that about that. Like, if we're having an argument about something, we usually come down to, we'll be like, you know what? We make good kids. So, oh man. Yeah, but it's not, the thing is, you know what it is, I think, Rock God? It's not even lying. It's more that it just is a question that the question doesn't work, because it's like having multiple passions and being like, well, this is a greater passion, or how do you rank them? Like my son's spirit and sense of humor and his ability to make you laugh about anything, because it's just the kind of kid he is. Of course, I can do nothing but love everything about him. And my daughter has such wonderful compassion and is constantly surprising me with her insight. And so it's like, I don't know, it's like 1 and 1A. How do you rank in a way? So it's like, I think that's oftentimes, I know there are people who definitely have favored sons and daughters, but it's not how it feels like to me. It's just that, there's an intensity that develops over time through being in the world with someone for longer. And that's something which my son is also going to get with me too, So, yeah, that's the idea. All right, good night, Hilna. Sorry, I spent a lot of it on things that aren't related to gaming, I'm afraid, but okay. So we're going to close this poll down. What do you mean was the decision? What do you mean? You ask. I was his far-seer, she says. He asked me to see further, deeper than anyone had seen before. He sought to protect the land, so I looked 1,000 years ahead. But I will not tell you what I saw. It did no good to him nor to me. The old woman stands suddenly and goes over to a side table. Tea? Okay, and then we can say either. I'll just clear those. You can say, oh, interesting, Rock God. That's interesting. Yeah, I think there's a little bit for me of gravitating to certain ages. I like the age that my daughter is now, although frankly I've always loved the age she was at, but I really love the age she's at now. Or and in the case of my son, my wife, I think, gravitates more to sort of the younger ages. But, she obviously adores my daughter, and, even as she's older, and I obviously adore my son, even though he's younger. So I think there's a sort of age compatibility thing there, where I think I'm better with them as they get a little older. But, Oh, you could always reheat it, Ragnar. You just reheat it. Okay, so what do we say, chat? So she asked. She so far everything seems all right. So far everything's all right. Now you get some tea. You know, might help stamina. Definitely helps prolong the conversation. That's true. You get some tea. Maybe we'll get some English breakfast, the greatest of all teas. All right, chat. If you drink tea, what kind of tea? My favorite tea is English breakfast. I do like Earl Grey. I do like herbal teas. But I'm not a coffee guy, but I do like tea quite a bit. And for me, it's English breakfast. Nepalese tea. That is a powerful statement. It's better than English breakfast? This is a true statement, Prince Justin? I'm going to have to determine this for myself. Really? Tea, Earl Grey, hot. The power of Picard. Blueberry tea. Yeah, I've had that. And I happen to really like blueberries. Blueberries may be my favorite fruit. I like blueberries a lot. True statement. I drank tons of it. Really? Is there a place that you can get? Oh no, my wife loves Earl Grey also. Green tea with milk and sweetener. Oh, interesting. Tapioca strawberry black tea. Lemon herbal tea is solid. Is there a place to get Nepalese, like actual Nepalese tea, Prince Justin? Oh, okay. All right. So you said you haven't found it. Okay. Fruity tea, pomegranate. Yeah. There's a tea that's oh god, was it rosemary? No, it's not rose. A rose hip tea. There's a rose hip herbal tea which is really good. Earl Grey and Turkish tea. Celestial's Bengal spice. Yeah, Bengal spice is good. I agree with that. I've had that before. Okay, so thank you is the vote. She nods and boils a pan of water by holding it between her palms for a moment. She drops a pat of goat butter in and stirs it around, then pours out 2 ceramic cups. This is interesting right here. So, drink mine. Wait for her to drink. Oops. Switch the cup. See, swap the cups to me. That we did that a couple of books ago, and that's something you do when you don't trust the person. I don't know. I feel like this is not an issue where you show something of not trusting. I personally trust her. I don't know. I think I'd be like, you know what? Because this is a weird thing to do. Like the conversation. Yeah, that sticker glue is where I'm at too. Like, don't you think she would have heard us already? I mean, maybe this is a long play, but waiting is polite. Ah, that's true. That's true. I would not swap the cups, but I guess so. I can see that either way. It's chat's call, but best non-popular tea I've enjoyed is an African white tea. Ooh, really? Yeah, I like tea, and I don't love honey, so I don't usually get tea with honey. For me, it's always tea, a little bit of milk, or half and half, and a little bit of sugar. That's it. And if it's sugar in the raw, like, turbinado, like, cool. Not white sugar. If I can get, like, sugar in the raw, even better. But, yeah. Iscariot Paladin? What's up, Iscariot? I have not seen you for a while. What's going on? Good to see you, Iscariot. When I'm the guest, drinking my tea. I feel like we've been having the same conversation. We've been having this conversation tonight in chat at the same time that she's, sitting there having a conversation with us. She's like, yeah, so tea. You bought Captain Picard Star Trek branded Earl Grey tea, Calgary Entertainment Comic Expo. Oh, that's cool. Celestial Seasonings Vermont Maple Ginger, which isn't that good, and lemonade was really good. Really? Yeah, interesting. My dad loved maple anything. He loved maple candy, maple syrup. So my dad might have liked that, although my dad was a coffee guy. My dad was the black coffee, just black coffee, nothing in it, that's it. And I remember trying it once and being like, that is not, like, no sugar, no cream. And I've had iced coffee, that's okay. But black coffee, this one shout out, he used to tell this story. He told me this story once, more than once. He used to tell this story where he was in a diner once and he asked for pancakes with Canadian bacon. And the person kind of gave him this weird look, like the server, and was like, what? He's like, pancakes and Canadian bacon. And the server's like, oh, okay. And so they went out and they came back with pancakes, bacon, and tomatoes on the pancakes. My dad was like, and he's like, well, sir, you asked for tomatoes and bacon. It's like, no, I Canadian, not tomatoes and Canadian bacon. Yeah, tomatoes and bacon. It's like, bleh. My dad would have been happy to be an honorary Canadian, actually. In a lot of ways, he would have connected. I was like, this is the thing. You'd be like, wouldn't you just repeat it back? Like, wouldn't you be like, you really were like, he wants tomatoes and bacon on pancakes? Now, why anyone would want tomatoes at all is beyond me. But like, tomatoes and bacon. A bougie T-bar, long hair, all black, leather trench coat, so forget a tiny cup with a pinky out. You're like Neo with refinement, right, Rockon? No, that does sound good, Ragnar. Okay, so chat has decided to drink mine. You lift the cup to your lips and drink deep. It is warm and rich and refreshing. Full stamina hype, chat. We haven't been at full stamina since like day 3 of this game. We are back up to full stamina. Hell yeah. Can I get a hell yeah for tea? Hell yeah. Okay. And then we've got this. What's up, Critchwitch? Team T. That's right. That, you know, in the war between like one thing or the other, there's just a couple of basic principles. Like, it's waffles over pancakes, although pancakes are very good, but it's waffles over pancakes. It's tea over coffee. And it's, I don't know, I'm trying to think of other binary food choices. Ice cream over cake, although not by much. You know? Hell yeah. Oh, it's the perfect temperature. See? Yeah, because you don't... People who want the tea that's so hot that it burns your mouth, I don't understand. Like, I like tea that's at that warm temperature. When it's too hot, I'm like, what? I can't even taste it. Okay, so, what? Yeah, sorry, Dunsel. What future did he... But what future did he see? That's interesting. Ask about the 7 Serpents. So, we're obviously going to get the chance to ask about the 7 Serpents, but we don't have to do that right now. Tell me if Mampang is okay. I don't know whether she's going to be pissed that we asked, but I don't know. The do you play Swindle Stones? Again, fear not. We will be able to play Swindle Stones. Just how about we do that after we've had the conversation, not before? Okay. We're going to. Ragnar, we'll do it. We're not leaving this hut without playing some Swindle Stones, trust me. But we want to at least figure out what else is going on first. Pie versus cake. Yes, my answer to pie versus cake is cake. Although I will admit that that chocolate cream pie is absurdly delicious. So if we're talking chocolate cream pie, it's a real tough one for me. Also, strawberry cream pie is good. I've never actually had blueberry pie, believe it or not. I don't think I have anyway. No, it's not true. I had blueberry pie once, and it wasn't very good. It was like store-bought. Well, I'll tell you right now, cake. Oh, cake. Good New York cheesecake is awesome, yeah. Pie me. Super salad. That's funny. The super salad. Now, do I have any French toast adherents in the chat? Do I have any French toast people? Because I can listen, I've had good French toast. Challah French toast. Challah bread? Challah French toast is solid. Sometimes I don't want to leave the French toast people out, you know? French toast is good. Really good blueberry cobbler. Oh, blueberry cobbler with some vanilla ice cream sticker glue. Hell yeah. I wondered about that, Dragon. I guess it's possible, but it feels like she would have told us that before and she didn't. But I wondered about that too, Dragon Spear. What the hell is French toast? French toast that is covered in egg batter. It's basically dipped in egg batter, Rogan, and then fried on both sides like a pancake. So you take bread and then you fry it on both sides. It's very good. It's very good. Also, remember, I always like to eat food. You know, I have to be careful because of the gallbladder situation. I can't have, like, incredibly fatty food or I'll get a gallbladder attack. So I can have, like, you know, like, as long as it's not overboard, it's usually fine. So I can have pancakes or waffles or anything, but, like... And then, of course, you got the Belgian waffle, which, Rogan, you should know all about that, right? Aren't you, Rogan, by national law required to appreciate the Belgian waffle against everything? And the cinnamon, yes. Oh, man, the cinnamon. The cinnamon, sign me up. The other day, because my daughter, little Larv, makes cookies now, which is a very good trend. She made snickerdoodles with cinnamon sugar. Now, first of all, the snickerdoodles were great, but it had been literally 2 decades, I think, since I had cinnamon sugar sprinkled on toast. Rye bread, toasted, butter, cinnamon sugar. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you right now, cinnamon sugar on toast with butter is absurd. Like, there should be a law against being allowed to eat something that good. Blueberry sugar and powdered sugar and butter to top. Oh, man. State Fair fried, yeah. There's a secret Belgian cabal. It's a Belgian cabal I'm happy to fall for. I'm telling you right now, it's about that. Okay, last call, folks. We do need someone to break this tie. Again, for the Swindlestones people, you will get to play Swindlestones, but I'd like to request that we do Swindlestones after we ask her this stuff. Because if we play Swindlestones now, then she may get pissed off, or I may lose, and all of a sudden I may have that taken away. So, like, we'll play Swindlestones. We're not going to leave here without Swindlestones. Fear not. Okay, but what future did he see? Yeah, these are all interesting. All right. Going once. Going twice. Okay. But what future did he see? You demand. She looks uncomfortable for a moment, then decides to answer. Stranger, what future do you suppose he saw? The one you are living. You are on your way to kill the Archmage, are you not? Do we say yes, or do we say I seek to recover the crown, that is all? Oh, pain perdu. Oh, interesting, Rogan. So what do you think, chat? Do we say yes, or I seek to recover the crown, that is all? Crown, crown. Yes, seek. Crown, crown, crown. Crown, 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 crown. Honesty. Well, which is honesty, though? I don't know, because it says all we're trying to do is retrieve the crown. It is depend on whether you want to kill him or not. So crown, crown. Yes. So crown, 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 crown. Yes, yes, crown. Okay. So yes, all right. So we've got crown, 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 crown. 4 crowns, 1 yes. 4 crowns, or 5 crowns, 1 yes. 5 crowns, 2 yes. 6 crowns, 2 yes. Rock God, yeah. Both are, yeah, both might be honest. Okay, 6 crowns, 2 yes. All right, so it sounds like the crown. Seek to recover the crown, that is all. She narrows her eyes suspiciously at you. Every Archmage is chosen in esoteric ways, she replies, and will say no more on it. She winces suddenly. Hot tea is dripping from a crack in her teacup. Cheap pottery rushes. Blah, blah. Cheap pottery rubbish, she grumbles, digging up a small pot of glue from a box and repairing it. She leaves the glue pot on the table. Now, we could use glue pot to make gum, which is one of our spells, but then we also have, like, you know, that's herb glue and all. So, so we have, tell me of Mampang, ask about the stairs. Okay, so we could, I don't know, that might be rude. We could now ask about either Mampang, or we could talk about the 7 Serpents. And fear not, Swindlestones is coming. Reload, that was a waste. I don't want to reload there. I mean, I think we went into it. It's fine. If she had gotten pissed off and attacked us, I would have reloaded or whatever. That's interesting, Dunsel. Maybe that's what she thought. Maybe. I mean, that's not what we're trying. At least I don't think so. I don't know whether the pot of glue is one that she's going to be upset that we take, and that we should ask about the 7 Serpents to get clues. I don't know. I'm not sure, but that is interesting. Interesting. I have no interest in being the Archmage personally. The poor Swindlestones people. Swindlestones is going to happen. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll roll dice. It'll be fine. Yeah, what I'd love is to ask, and she's like, well, first, take this pot of glue. Like, that's what I'd like. And still, I don't know what's going on with Mampang. I mean, there's Tell Me of Mampang as well. Oh, you don't think so? Well, if that turns out to be the case, I'll rewind, Regnar, and ask instead, just in case. I won't leave here without at least asking, so fear not, if I have to. Okay, last call. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, your pottery is in trouble. Okay. And there we go. Ask about the 7 serpents. What do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask, sipping at your tea. They are the Archmage's servants, she replies. But even they cannot travel the backlands without falling foul of its terrible curse. I see that you search for them. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Regnar, I apologize. But you would have gotten outvoted anyway. I apologize, though. Sorry. I didn't mean to rush too fast there. So, do we say, do you know where they are, or I will destroy them? What is the point of I'm a badass. They better stay away. Do you know where they are, or I will destroy them? You can just tell me this in chat. Where? That's pretty definitive. 6 wheres. Which way? The good use of Arvany Witch there. 7 wheres, 8 wheres. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 wheres. That looks pretty definitive to me. Do you know where they are? You ask. I have seen a few things, she answers. The earth serpent lies in wait in a fissure near the great lake Ilklala. Aha! Okay, so the earth serpent is near Lake Ilklala. And the Serpent of Time, he is the worst of the 7. Swift and all but indestructible. Okay, now as far as where he is, we already ran into him. So what we could say instead... So, I mean, just keep that in mind, that we've already, like, run into him. So... what we could use is the whole, does he have a weakness? Or perhaps, so where is he? Does he have a weakness? Or perhaps I can evade him. I mean, I feel like he's going to find us, so I don't think we need to worry about knowing where he is, the Time Serpent, but we could definitely use a knowledge of weakness. Yes, all you must do is simply sing the song. If I could save time, if I could save time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd like to do is to treasure each day with eternity fading away, just to spend it with you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things that you want to do once you find them. I've been around long... No. I've been around enough to know that you're the one I want to go through time with. Yeah, he pretty much showed her. That's exactly. Okay, so it looks like chat is definitively that way. Oh, are they raisin? Well, listen, Shadow, you know. What can I say? Does he have a weakness? You ask. He does, though I do not know it. It is a secret known only to the marsh goblins, if you can find them. You thank her. She stands. I am tiring of you. You should go, she says bluntly. But first, she raises a finger and points. All right, I'll rewind so that you guys get your swindle stones. All right. I'll get back to where we were, so you get that. I remember all of it. Okay. Oh. Do you play swindle stones? She says, I cannot win. It would be a waste of time. Okay. Thank you. Let's see whether she does that. Drink mine. Okay. Ask about the Archmage. Sounds idyllic. I'm doing everything the same. So she doesn't want to play swindle stones with us. So, what do you mean? What future did he see? I seek to recover the crown. Wait. What? Okay, so anyway, that means that we have to... Okay, so we're going to rewind again. We're not going to ask about Swindlestones because she doesn't matter anyway. No, because we never... No, Regnar, because she never did... She never gave us the information about the Earth Serpent. She never did that. So we're going to skip the Swindlestones because we want to make sure we get that information. Ask about herself. Ask about the Archmage. Sounds idyllic. What do you mean? Thank you. Drink mine. What future did he see? Cover the crown. Okay. Ask about the 7 serpents. Oh, I don't know about what that is. Don't tell me, Regnar. I don't know. Hey, what's up, Rudnell? Oh, it looks like me. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad. Let's see. Do you know where they are? Okay, Earth Serpent. Does he have a weakness? Okay. So here we go. Now we're back into it. Yeah, so now we're... Yeah, not the do you know where, but it's the witch, it's the weakness, because that way she tells us about the marsh goblins. Okay, now we're back where we were. So she wasn't going to play Swindlestones with us. Good to see you, Wenchkin. What's up, man? So now we go... I have all I need. She says, one more thing. If you are traveling to High Zaman to face the Archmage, hadn't you best know a little of the higher functions of magic? Okay, so I have all I need is pretty much turning down her help, which is dumb. So if I would suggest you speak of countering sounds like, hey, you want to give me some info? I'm really glad that we came back here and came up to this hut, though, because we've already gotten, like, we got the information that we needed in terms of the marsh goblin thing. So the marsh goblins know something about the time serpent. That, I mean, the only marsh goblin that we know is in the forest when it used to be a marsh. So we could probably explore there and find the marsh goblins. That might be helpful. So we've got that. And then we also know the counterspell now to sun, which could be useful. And we got tea and stamina. So, yeah. It's true, exactly. High Zaman is like ramen, but cooler because everything's cool with a random X in it. Okay. Looks like everyone is on board with countering. How well would high ramen? So good. Okay, you speak of countering? Good, you know of it. She smiles. It can take a lifetime to discover the pairings and to master them, but I can show you something simple. She raises a finger adorned with a wide collection of rings. One made of green metal begins to pulse, but she does not fire right away. She is giving you a moment to react. Okay, just very quickly, I want to see what that ring of green metal is. So I don't think we have that ring of green metal, actually. So let's see. It is... Okay, Zip enables the caster to teleport a short distance. And so that's what it is. A green ring enables the caster to teleport a short distance. And that's called Zip. And we do not have the ring of green metal. So it's Zip, for whatever that means. Yeah, we have T to go, I know, right? So we could say... What do I do? We could draw our swords, which is really dumb. Because, like, why would we do that? Because she's not attacking us. She's doing something. Alright, cast a spell. Yeah, Misty Step, basically. So, let's see. Foff is Force Field. I'm wondering if we can guess what this is. Zap is lightning. Which seems... Yeah, see, Zip is teleportation. That obviously that's what she's trying to cast. Gum, that's that vial of glue. I wonder if Gum would have been... I wonder if Gum is the counter for... Because we had that pot of glue there. But we don't... Oh, we can't cast Gum. What am I even doing? We can't even do that because we don't have a pile of glue. Yeah, she's thinking... she's trying to teach us, I guess, how to counter something. Is my guess. I think that's what she's doing. Doze is cause sleepiness. Or, cause... Actually, doze is slowness. Dope is open. Which seems odd to me. I don't know why that would counteract it, but... Well, I thought about that, but, like, there is also something which is super speed, and that's not what Zip is. Dumb causes clumsiness. I suppose that's possible. So, I mean, I don't know whether we take a guess or whether we say, what do we do? I already did that. Foff, Zap. I think that's just... Yaz is invisibility. We don't have that. Yap, we can talk with animals. I don't really know what the help of that would be. Yeah, Zip, but see, that's the thing, though. There is another thing called Nip, which is actually speed. So there's a thing you can cast called Nip, which is fast. Zip is teleport, and so I'm not sure that... I mean, maybe those things are related, but... I don't know. Or run for the door, which seems silly. Okay. So, so we can say, what do I do? We can draw our swords, which is odd. We can cast a spell, or we can run for the door. And of the spells, if you vote for one of the spells, just tell me which one that's there. So she said she was teaching us. We could just ask her, what do I do? You know, or we could take a guess. But the ones that we have right now, I mean, the only thing I can think of that would be close is maybe Doze, but that's a complete yes. So it's hard to believe that Zap would be a counteractor for, you know. Although, I don't know. I mean, you know, Doc is the counter for Hot, and those don't seem to me to be obvious counters. So, I don't know. But the thing, yeah, I think she might tell her this anyway, but... And Wenchkin, when you vote for, are you voting for Zap or for Doze? Yeah, any spell would cost stamina except for Yap. But... Just ask her. Oh, Doze. No, 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 that's fine, that's fine. That's what I figure. Woman! Okay. Let's call, let's call. I think I already did that. And once. Run for the door option. No, she's showing us how to counteract a spell. So I think it'd be weird to be like, blah, but. Okay. All right, what do I do? What do I do, you demand? Counter my spell of teleportation, she insists. I have already given you the clue as to what spell you need. I bet it's glue. Shoot. So then, okay, well then that means we have to rewind then. I'm going to have to rewind and take the pot of glue, right? Right? Because we don't have it right now. We can't. Yeah, I'm going to have to counteract it. Okay. Show yourself, stranger. I do not know that counter. Shake the hand. Who are you? You were from High Zaman. Ask about herself. Ask about the Archmage. Sounds idyllic. What do you mean? Thank you. Drink mine. Okay, so in this case, the glue... Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't... No. I don't have create glue. I wish. We have... The only thing we have is this thing that actually has glue there, but we don't have the glue. What future did he see? Seek to recover the crown. Take the pot of glue. Oh. Okay. May I? You ask, gesturing at the small pot of glue. The sorceress shrugs. You pick it up and put it in your pack. The sorceress watches you with some amusement, though you cannot think why. She stands. I am tiring of you. Should go. Best know of higher functions of magic. You speak of countering. Okay. Green metal. So now if we cast gum... Something like that. Yeah, it's possible. Consult the constellations overhead. You bind the spell, toss the glue over your own feet, feel it binding your boots to the floor. Smile. She completes her spell, firing you with her green-ringed finger. You stare her magic in the face, but nothing happens. Bria the sorceress nods. Very good. Every magic has a counter magic. The magic of gluing counters the pattern of teleportation. Okay. Oh, really? You lose the marsh goblin knowledge. So maybe just skip. All right, okay. So let's rewind again. Let's see if we can get both. Because, see, the only reason I'm doing all these rewinds here is because it seems like we're being asked to do some of this. So, show yourself. I do not know that counter. Shake the hand. Who are you? You're from High Zaman. Ask about herself. Ask about the Archmage. Sounds idyllic. What do you mean? Thank you. Drink mine. Ask about the 7 serpents. Do you know where they are? Does he have a weakness? Ah, there we go. There we go. So now we got the knowledge. We now we take the pot of glue. Okay, so now we got it. We got the pot of glue. We got the knowledge of the marsh goblins, and now we do the counteracting. So now we're good. The character, I think, sticker probably, well, technically the player does, I guess, but in some cases, knowing it gives you the option. So, okay, 1 made of green metal begins to pulse. Okay, so now we cast gum. Yeah, but I think sometimes you can seek things out, maybe, that would... Wait a minute. Wait, what? 1 made of green metal. Okay, there we go. Gum. Cast. Okay. A lot of times when they say, what's my fate, it leads to death, and so it's interesting that they do it here, but that's not what happens. Okay. Shows you an open palm filled with rock dust. Okay. So, yeah, the spoon. All right, so this is interesting. Let's take a look, chat, and see what options there are in terms of what could counteract rock. Cause stupidity. Yeah. Huff. You know what? I wonder if Huff gets rid of rock dust. I wonder if that counteracts it. Anyway, Huff. Oops, sorry. Jig, Regnar's favorite. Cause lively dancing. Oh, man. Fall is float in air. Oh, man. Wall. Create an invisible wall. Oh, my God. So we either take a guess on what counteracts it, or... And I think that's it. Pray for aid. You can't. Can't pray for aid. Rock dust turns you into rock. So the question is, we could either say, I do not know the counterspell. We could ask her to stop. Does chat tell me, you guys want to tell me in chat, should we try Huff? Rock is turned to stone, yeah. Rock is turned to stone. We can actually cast that spell, but we don't know the counter, but we can try it. I mean, Huff would be pretty funny. Like, Huff, Huff, Huff. Fall. And Regnar, I know you've played this before. You're not doing this based on actually knowing, right, Regnar? Because that would be not so good if you were basing it on... You know, it's not spoiler, right? You're just... Make wind. I'm guessing it's Huff, yeah. Right, but Ragnar, is this, but this, because you've played this, right? So is this isn't based on you actually knowing, right? It's based on you guessing? Can be, but we don't really have any water spells, though, Rogan. All right, let's see. I'm okay with rewinding if we have to in this situation, because this is a very unusual circumstance. So that's not it. Oh my god, I have to go all the way back here? Alright. Oh, jeez. Show yourself, stranger. I do not know that counter. Shake the hand. Who are you? You are from High Zaman. Ask about herself. Ask about the Archmage. Sounds idyllic. What do you mean? Thank you. Drink mine. Ask about the 7 serpents. Do you know where they are? Does he have a weakness? Yeah. Take the pot of glue. Speak of countering. Cast a spell. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I'll try to see if we can figure out together what it actually is, because that is a little... I mean, I'm glad we're learning counter spells, but not if I have to keep going back this time. Okay. Well, it's not Huff. You think you know most of them? Yeah, I'm going to look at these right now, Sticker. So, there's wall. Creates an invisible wall. There is, Jig. I mean, I guess if she did that, then she could start lively dancing. And maybe that would keep her from doing anything else. There is dim, which causes stupidity. Not dumb, but dim. So I would say jig, dim, and then we already decided that huff doesn't work. So wall, jig, or dim? Do jig just to see what happens? Wall, jig, or dim? What do you think, chap? Do dim or wall? Alright, what do you think, chat? No, I don't know either. This is like, you say wall, jig. 2 for jig. 1, 2, 3, 4 for wall. Do we have fall? Yes, I'm sorry, we do. Do we? Yes. Yeah, we do have fall as well, sorry. Here, let's do it this way. Jig. Wall. Dim. Fall. Yeah, fall is also an option. There we go. So, wall costs 3 stamina, dim costs 1, fall costs 1, jig costs none. Oh, that's interesting. I like air versus rock, it just wasn't blowing air, which suggests that fall might be the counter for that. Is that the suggestion? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this may be a little bit of, like... I understand this may be a little trial and error, but I feel like this is potentially a very useful trial and error, you know? So, for what that's worth. Yeah, alright. I just wish they would let you rewind to before a given conversation instead of making you rewind all the way to the beginning. But... okay. Alright, fall. Ah! We got it! You bind the stars into a pattern around you, feeling your body weight shifting to a mere fraction of normal, just as Bria's spell of petrifaction begins to take hold. Petrification, rather. The two forces, one turning you to air, the other to stone, fight within you, but with decreasing force moment by moment. Eventually, your body returns to normal. Bria nods. Yes, indeed. The spell of lightness is countered by that of petrification. The sorceress sits down once more. You have learned enough, she declares. No, she didn't. You must leave, but not without a gift. She slides the ring of green metal from her finger and holds it out to you. All right. Do we say take it? Do we say are you certain, or do we leave it? Hey, she's given us a green metal ring. That'll allow us to teleport. I mean, you know. Definitely don't leave it. Like, if you want to go back and forth about take it or are you certain, that's fine. But she didn't seem to be pissed off when we took the pot of glue. I wonder if we still have enough glue for gum now. I'll have to look at that once we leave this hut. I'll tell you what, though. This has been like the magic mother load here. We got fog as a counterspell at the beginning. We got, what was it, wall? Not wall. We got, gum as a counterspell for teleport, and we got fall as a counterspell for rock. So we got 3 more counterspells. Plus, if we still have the vial of glue, we're good there. Plus, we got full stamina. Then we lost 1 point to cast the spell we just did, but still. And T. No, but we've gotten some good stuff here. Yeah, we need the counter for tar. Good night, Echo. Sleep well, man. Oh, no. Get some sleep for sure, Echo. Jeez. Sorry about that sticker. It was going to be take it anyway, based on what chat said. Sorry. You take the ring with a nod and slide it onto your finger. You feel a pulse through your veins. I wish you well, she says. Now begone. All right, there's the Earth Serpent. Nice. Okay. Let's take a look here and see what we got, chat. We are in good position. There's Zip. We can cast it now. So, we now are able to cast a bunch of these spells. Okay, these are the 6 we can always cast. We also know that Hot counters Dock. We can't cast because we don't have a Serpent Ring. Okay. We don't have Raise yet. We have a Bamboo Flute. We don't have a Goblin's Tooth, so we can't cast that. Unfortunately, we don't... Okay, so this counters Zip, but we had to use the Pot of Glue, so we still need to get a Vial of Glue to cast Gum. But anyway, we don't have a Medicinal Potion to counter Hot. Doze, Dud. Madge, Pop, we have Pebbles. Fall counters Rock, so we know the counter now for that. Fog counters Sun, we know that counter too. We have Sand for Mud, Nose Plugs for Niff. We don't have Tell, Skullcap for Tell. We do have a Black Face Mask for Gak. Sap, we have a Jewel of Gold for God, Goldback Mirror for Kin. We do not have a Potion of Firewater for Pep. We do have Stone Dust for Rock, and Rock counters Fall, just as Fall counters Rock. Nip requires Yellow Powder. Huff requires a Gale Horn. Fix requires a Staff of Oak Stapling. We don't have that. We don't have a Breast Pendulum for Nap. We do have a Jewel-Studded Medallion for Zen. We do not have a Pearl Ring for Yaz. We have a Sun Jewel for Sun, and that counters Fog as well, we know. A Bracelet of Bone for Kid we have. We have a Green-Haired Wig for Rap and Yap. We now have a Green Ring for Zip, and this also counteracts Gum if it's cast on us. We got Zob, but not Sob, Regnar. We got a Crystal Orb for Far. We actually used Res earlier in this game, so we used up our Holy Water. We don't have any Holy Water at the moment. Zed doesn't use anything. So, that plus we got as well clues. The Earth Serpent's whereabouts, hiding in a fissure near Lake Oklala. And the Marsh Goblins know the weakness of the Serpent of Time. So, we have made some serious progress. And now Throff is available too. So we are in good shape, folks. 17 out of 18 stamina, 14 gold. We still don't have any rations. But other than that, it's hard not to see this as a big deal. Yeah, I do too. I love the illustrations. You bid Bria farewell and leave the hut. Chill winds slice at your cloak. There is strong and generous magic here, as often occurs high up. Okay, I'm not going to ask about any of these because we've already done these. Unless there's Far here, then I'm not going to do that. We're not going to go back to the hut. She told us to leave. She's going to, like, turn us into something or whatever. Okay. I want to see if this is Far. No, we have Fall, whatever. No, that's not. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, last time, Shadowed. How many serpents? 2 serpents are dead as of right now. A few stones clatter away over the eastern slope. Okay. Now we're going this way because we agreed that we were going... After this, we were going back to the mountain pass to go downwards. You glance around the wide pit of the old volcano, but there's little to be seen. No doubt the ash mixed in the dust is what makes the forest you saw on the slopes so lush and verdant. At least it seems fairly unlikely the volcano will erupt again. Alright, we're not going back to the hut. We've already been there. Oh yeah, Dunsel? Yeah, and as it turned out, Throff is one of the weaknesses for the Earth Serpent, so I think that worked out. Okay. The slope is windswept. You trudge onwards. The mid-afternoon heat fills the landscape. The path quickly leads into an area of light forest which covers the hillside with light shade. Animals scurry through the undergrowth and birds fly overhead. It brims with life. From up ahead you hear a repetitive beating sound. No, we already went up the flue. We previously agreed, Ragnar, we were going to head west of the mountains to go back to the beacon on the other side of the bridge and to activate it. So that's why I'm just, to speed things up, we're doing this. Okay, the noise is loud and regular and accompanied by the occasional cry. Seems to be coming from somewhere close, a little way to the north. Okay, chat, do we forage or do we make a move? We could get some rations. You can tell me this in chat. Do we forage or do we make a move? Can get those rations. Good night, Crit Twitch. Yeah, just tell me in chat. We foraging? Rations, rations, forage, forage, forage. Let's get us some nuts and berries, right? Forage. Okay. Forage it is. You ignore the sound for a moment and leave the path for a few steps, pushing through the undergrowth and scouring for fruit or roots that might be edible. Eventually you find a small plant with bright purple berries. Alright. So, here's what we can do. We can cast... Okay. Whoa. We could cast W that doesn't lead to anything. That's interesting. Cast T, E... Oh, tell. That's telepathy, but we don't have a skull cap, so we can't cast that. We could cast... H-O... Okay, so how, which is safe passage. Hot is fireball. I have no idea why we'd want to cast that, but we could. Let's suss this out. Yeah, I'm wondering exactly. This may be a good moment for sus. I bet that's what this is. Yep. Sus lets us sense danger. That's 1 stamina. That way we could tell if the berries are okay. And I think that might be it. It's interesting that it's giving me this W, but nothing else. Huh. I think that's it. So we could cast one of those spells. We can taste a berry. Pick a handful of berries. Or leave them. So what do you want to do, chat? You want to burn everything? So do we cast How, which is safe passage? Hot is fireball, basically. Do we cast Sus, which is that will sense danger, presumably about whether these berries are poisonous or not. Taste a berry, pick a handful of berries, or leave them. I'm hoping that Sus will tell us that it's fine so that we can pick a handful of berries and get rations. That would be really great. You know, but... Taste the rainbow berry. Remember what the dormouse said. Feed your head. Yeah, I mean, sus is the safest thing to do. Because, like, taste a berry could create poison. Sus is, like, it's 1 stamina. We have 17. That'll drop us to 16. Like, that's not, you know, it's safe to do sus. Taste is... potentially shaky. Like, taste a berry also, like, okay, so to me, well, I mean, like, if you taste a berry, I guess that you might get stamina loss. You could get stamina loss if it's poisoned, or it could kill you, I guess. Or we could, you maybe would, I don't know. Yeah, taste feels dodgy to me, I agree. But I don't know, it's like, the sus is designed to tell whether or not there's danger about a given area. And if it was more than 1 stamina, it would bother me more, but I don't know. Yeah, we can, although I'm trying not to do that too much, Sticker, unless... I mean, I rewound a lot in the hut because there it was like... I thought it was reasonable given what we had been... the options that we had available to us, but I'm trying not to do that much elsewhere in the game, unless there's something that happens that just is not at all based on what we expected would happen on the prompts and stuff. So... yeah, I'm trying not to. I mean, again, if we die, obviously I rewind, and I'm trying to be sparing if I can be. Although again, it's not cheating. Like, the game gives you the option to do it, and it's not like, you know. So, all right. So, taste a berry it is. You pick a single berry and place it in your mouth. The taste is bitter and sour. All right. Do we spit it out or do we eat it, chat? You took us down this path. Do we eat it? I don't know. Or spit it. Maybe it's delicious. But see, this is what... Yeah, exactly, Ragnar, yeah. Spit, 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 spit. So wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 spits and 3 eats. I don't know. Maybe it's bitter and it's trying to get us to... I don't know. Spit It Out is a good Slipknot song. Yeah, medicinal bitter, right. Bitter and good for you. Bitter is nature's warning. That's true. 5 spit. It is masking its goodness by tasting evil. Okay, we have 5 spit and 3 eat. All right, last call, chat. Last call. You know, if we had just cast Sus, we would know if this was dangerous and we wouldn't be in this situation. Well, so can cranberries, too. Ever try eating a cranberry by itself? You know? All right, we're going to spit it out. You spit the berry out, leaving a blue mark where it hits a tree root. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have the opportunity now where we still get a chance to cast that. So we could cast Sus. Oh, sorry, Dragon. Cranberry sauce is great. Yeah, that's whole different. So how hot Sus, pick a handful of berries, or leave them. Okay, so yeah, hold on. Let me open it up. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think we can know for sure. What are you doing with the Ragnar? Why are we going to fireball the forest? There is no reason to fireball the forest. The forest has not done anything to us. The answer is not use stamina and blow up the forest. Oh, man. You should be all chill. You're sitting there drinking your tea, and instead you're like, I'm drinking my tea, but I'm also fireballing this forest. Is that how this goes down? There's no reason not to. No, no, there are many reasons not to. Oh, man. Okay. Once, going twice. And, all right. Gonna cast Sus. Wants to watch the world burn. Exactly. All right, so now we'll know for sure. S. What? I said S. Thank you. U. S. Yeah, this is fun. Can be. You craft the spell and a steady voice enters your mind. The voice suggests this place is quite safe. Then the spell fades. All right. It's safe. So we can pick a handful of berries if you want, chat. Should we pick a handful of berries? We're safe. It would have told us if there was danger with the berries. So, we good? Pick, pick, pick. Pick, 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 pick. Pick us a berry, yes. Pick, pick, pick. All right, give us those rations. Pick them. All right. 1 ration. You collect a decent handful of the berries. A few are squashed, staining your hands a bright blue color. Now, we have not eaten today, chat. Should we... So here's the thing. Should we eat because we need to eat once a day, right? We haven't eaten today. This would restore stamina, so we'd be back up to 18 stamina. But the other thing is that we drank the tea, but I don't know if that counts. I don't think that counts. We should probably eat some now, right, to be sure. I don't know whether to do it or not, because the thing is... yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Eat, yeah. Eat before we sleep. Okay, so we've got eat, eat. Eat before we sleep. Okay. So that means save it for now, you're saying, Commander Dunsel? And then Trifidamus Dunsler save. So I have 3 saves and 2 eats, if I understood. No, 4 saves. You seem to turn and shoot up Smurfs. Here you go, Winchkin. 4 saves, 5 saves. No, saving means we only have 1 ration. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saves. 6 saves. 6 saves. And we have 1, 2, 3 eats. Rations start with rat. Well, the choice is, do we eat right now? So, because we haven't eaten yet today, Rogan. So do we eat it now, get 2 stamina back, and then we will have eaten for the day? Or do we save the ration for later? Because I think rations normally restore like 3 or 4 stamina, maybe. So I guess, I think 3. So maybe if we ate it now, we'd be using up a point of health we wouldn't have otherwise, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Before we sleep. Yeah, that's right, Commander Dunsel. I know, I got you. No, I counted that, Regnar. I got you as an eat. Yeah, I counted it. The choice is eat some now, not eat your ration. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know. This is an interesting... I don't totally know what this means. Because I guess that's true. It could mean, like, eat the berries now. But see, when it says save them, why would it ask you to save them if... Save them suggests that this is the 1 ration that you possess. I'm pretty sure that's what it means, Rogan. You'd be using up your 1 ration. Otherwise, they wouldn't give you the option of save them. So that's got to mean that you'd be using up your 1 ration. So it sounds like chat is in favor of saving them. So you push on through the trees. Oh, yeah. Eat some now. Well... Darn it. All right, I'm going to rewind. I don't understand. Sigh. Forage. Taste a berry. Spit it out. Cast a spell. Damn it. They mentioned the fact that because this was originally a touch interface, at times you click on a letter in the mouse thing and it chooses another letter. And frankly, that's something which Inkle should have fixed. It's been enough years since this has been out that they can fix this for that. So, all right, pick a handful of berries. Okay. So, yeah. They're sweet and quite nourishing. I thought they were sweet. I thought they were bitter and sour. Okay, so it did fill us up and we still do have a ration. Okay, so we've eaten today and we have our ration, so I'm glad that we rewound. That was confusing. Thank you, Regnar and Rogan. You were both right. That was confusing, but anyway. So we still have a ration and we ate 1. Okay, got it. All right, so now what we have to do, chat, is we have to decide, are we going to head downhill? Remember, our overall goal is we're going to be heading up here to this beacon to light it. Or are we going north to follow the sound? We're going north to follow the sound or west? And eventually we're going to go up here. But first we have to decide. So west down this way or north to follow the sound? North? North. Yeah, that was confusing, but I think in the end I think this is the optimal path. Full stamina, 14 gold, and a ration. We actually have a ration, unheard of. No, because when I tried to save them before, it stayed with 1 ration, Dunsel, when I did it before. So it basically was what Rogan said and what Regnar said. It was just eating the ones that were there that you had already, which could have been worded more clearly. So I don't mind the rewind in that case because it was not worded clearly. All right, so it looks like we are going north. You leave the main path to follow the sound. The sun disappears from view as you step into the trees. On all sides, the ancient forest looms up. The sun has reached its highest point now. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. You follow the sound of blows through the trees until you come across a clearing. No, because you do take them with you. I don't think so, Rogan, no. Thick with knotted grass. On the far side stands a tall, wiry creature who wields an enormous axe. Whatever it is, it has not yet seen you. His attention seems to be focused on a nearby tree. So, what should we do? Here be a good plastic ass Jake. Do we approach the creature? Do we watch? Do we slip away? Or do we cast a spell? Let's see what we got. No jig, unfortunately. Sorry. Telepathy, we don't have the skull cap for that because, again, it was stolen from us by that kid. We've got zap, so we can lightning him in the back. we can be Zool, the destroyer of worlds. Yeah, that's true, Dunsel. They did make a whole big thing about the blue stuff. Dumb causes clumsiness. What? If we do that, we're gonna, like, he's gonna lose it and freaking kill himself. Wow, that's mean. Yep, sadly no jig for you, Ragnar. Let's see. There is zap, dumb, tell. Sap causes depression. Or we've got our old favorite, I bet. Yep, sus. Or we've got sus. This would allow us to sense danger. And I think that's all, right? Yeah. Those are all of the options that we have. Okay, so do we approach the creature? Do we watch? Do we slip away? Do we cast zap? Or do we cast dumb or sap? Or do we cast sus? Also, if you voted for dumb or sap, tell me which spell you're voting for, please. I mean, sus again, we're up to full stamina, so it's not like, you know, like the whole point is, you know, using magic is, we are sorcerers, right? So, like, we can do that. So it's definitely not a waste. But we could also watch him. You know, maybe he's killing, maybe he's like, you know, torturing trees, and maybe he's a terrible person. I don't know, possible. Go with sap, yeah. Well, dumb, no, I don't, Ragnar, it doesn't, those aren't similar effects. Dumb is clumsiness, sap is depression. I mean, dumb, I feel like, could cause him to lose his axe and cut his leg off or something, right? I mean, whereas sap would just depress him, and he's like, why am I cutting a tree? I mean, I don't think those are similar effects, unless I'm misunderstanding. No, the person who programmed this was one of my mods, Netawin, who I have not seen in here for months and months and months. If he comes back in, Ragnar, at some point, I may ask him to see if he could add an option or two. Arvbot was originally designed actually for the fighting fantasy game books that we do usually once a month. And in those, you almost never get to 6 options. Like, it's always like, you know, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. 6 is very unusual. And this happens to be a case where, because of all the casting of spells, we often get to the point where it's a little bit more than that. Like, optimally would be up to, like, I don't think we've ever had 10 choices in this, more than 10 choices. So, a depressed homicidal eco-terrorist. Yeah. What could go wrong? All right, last call. That thing works in Twitch. The reason that we use this sticker is for 2 reasons. Number 1, because you can change your vote in this bot. I don't know whether Twitch has the same bot to do that. Number 2, you can see it on stream. So you can actually see the votes as they go up and down, which is useful for the VOD later on as well. And number 3, because we can redo without having to type in all of the commands. There are a lot of times where, for example, if it asks, like, if it asks us to do something and we choose among 5 options, and then it turns out there's like 4 options left, I don't have to rewrite the question in all 4 options. I can just delete the one option that was already chosen and reopen the question. So the ARVBot ends up being more useful because it means that I have more sort of granular control over how the questions are asked. That's why. If you're going to feel blue, you may as well look blue. Yeah, that's a good point. We could maybe do that, Regnar. Yeah, I guess we could do the Twitch poll if there's like 8 options or something. But it's so close. Like, you know, in this case, it's clearly going to be watch. So it depends. Yeah, I could see that in certain emergency scenarios, maybe. Okay, so we're going to watch. You stop and watch as the creature raises its axe high and then swings it into the bark of a nearby tree. It is a woodsman, a tall, bent creature with eyes on stalks and long, pliable arms that it uses to swing between tree branches. By one tree is a discarded water gourd, presumably belonging to the creature. Okay, so do we... Let's see, so it's literally a woodsman. Do we approach the creature? This is an example of what I was talking about. So here, it's the exact same option, except instead of watching, I just type in pick up the gourd, and then we have that as an option, and then I just remove these, remove this, and remove this, fire up the poll, and we're good to go again. So what do you think? What should we do? Approach the creature, pick up the gourd. The only thing I'm worried about, I mean, I don't know if we need a gourd, but I'm worried, I mean, maybe. I don't think there's a spell that requires a gourd, but I don't know. Approach creature, pick up the gourd, slip away, cast Zap, cast Dumb or Sap, or cast Sus. So we still could find out if he's dangerous or not. Or gourd, it's hard to be humble when you're thirsty. Vote 6, cast Sus. Man, I have a feeling if these spells were available in real life, some of them would get used a lot. I could see a lot of scenarios where we would be casting Sus a lot. What about this person? It's fine. Why don't you come with, you know, you can get into this empty subway car with me. Sus. Oh, sure, that food, you know, no, that thing's only been out for an hour. It's fine to eat that food. Sus. Oh, it's a dark alleyway. I can take this shortcut on the way home. Sus. I think the combat in the game is interesting in concept, Regnar. I do wish that there were times where the prompts, because they try to give you clues, and some of the prompts become sort of, some of the prompts I think are clearer than others. There are times where it's just like, I don't know how I could possibly have been expected to know that the verbal cue meant that it was going to hang back or jump forward. So I sometimes feel like it's a little random. But the fact that you're allowed to do the combat over again without having to rewind or anything, you know, that helps a little bit. I think it's interesting. I think there's some interesting premises to it. And there have been cases where I've had probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 combats in here, in the books that were perfect combats. No, more than that. Overall, the books, I probably had like 5 or 6 combats that were perfect. And then I had a few that were only lost a few stamina, 2, 3, whatever, or 1. And then I had a couple. I think the one I had the most was where I lost like 6. But most of the ones have done pretty well, so yeah. Right, well, but that's what I mean. I mean, those things are tied together, right? Because the sliding system, the amount that you slide is dependent on the clues that you get. You know, is something going to be coming in all guns blazing and you've got your full energy, so you go all guns blazing, and if you can outspeed it basically or outstrength it, then it's going to lose a ton of stamina. Or do you go like, okay, it looks like it's going to attack maybe, so you hit it with like a 5 instead of like a 7 because, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah, I like it. I think it could have been slightly more executed maybe. You know, I think it could have dealt with a little bit of refinement, but I think it's interesting. Yeah, no, I think it's cool not to just deal with dice all the time. Sure. No, I'm down with that. Pick up the gourd. You move around the edge of the clearing and pick up the water gourd. It is empty but in good condition. Okay. So, now that that is empty, we can do that. So now we don't have to put these on the same line. Okay. Do we approach the creature? Do we approach the creature? Do we slip away? Do we cast sap, zap, dumb, or sus? What do we do? You dropped your gourd, sir. Sir, perhaps your gourd would be of assistance. Sure, the creature will not squash you like a bug. I think I see what you did there. Oh my god, I don't know how many gourd... I seed what you did there. I don't know, there's not a lot of... I mean, like, there's pumpkin, but then there's, like... Water contains little gourdy and not my style. Oh, I see you also like the work of the great Gordy Lightfoot. If you could use this gourd, love, what a tale my tot would tell. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Okay, good night, Sticker Glue. Sleep well. Thanks for being here as always. All right, last call, last call. Yeah, we're going to be closing up here in probably 10 minutes or so. We will start wrapping up. I'd love it if we could actually get to that other beacon and light it up. Because that would be great if we could actually get that far and do that. So hopefully. G. Lydiot. Gordon Liddy. Ugh. Well, yeah, my hope is that we go far enough. All right, we are going to close the poll. We're approaching the creature. Greetings, you cry, striding out into the clearing. The creature turns to face you, swinging the axe carelessly onto its shoulder. It looks you up and down with its prehensile eyes. Who are you? Do we say I am a traveler or I am a sorcerer? This you can tell me in chat. Do we say I am a traveler or I am a sorcerer? Prehensile eyes. Traveler with one. But see, no, the British version is 2. And I have to admit, whenever I write it down, traveler with one L always looks wrong to me. I know it's not, but traveler looks... one L just always looks wrong. But the British version would be 2 L's regardless. But I don't know. That's because it is. Shouldn't it be source, S-O-U-R? Source. I'll allow the British spelling. Oh, man. Okay, traveler, traveling sorcerer, cute. Okay, so 3 travelers, 4 travelers, 2 L's for life. Color without the U is wrong. Theater. In the theater. All right, looks like we are aiming for, I'm a traveler. Ugh. The creature replies in a deep nasal grunt. And what are you? it asks when you were a little closer and it can focus on you clearly. I am a human or I am from Analand? Journeyman Troubadour. So would you say I am a human or I am from Analand? Human, human. Analand, human. Very funny, Regnor. I'm not going to count that for either one. Human, human, human. You must make a choice. Gotta make that change. I'm looking at the man. Hey, is Regnor... That's not from Santa Claus Conquers the Martians Mystery Science Theater, is it? I think one of those characters is Regnor. Happens to be one of my daughter's favorite movies around Christmas to watch and laugh. Let's hope human isn't synonymous with steak. I know, right? Human, 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 human. It's not from anything? Oh, okay. I just wondered. Human, 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 human. So 4 humans. You know? I see. Oh, yeah, I dig it. 4 human to walk into a bar. All right. Looks like we're going with I am a human. Like the wizard. The creature replies, nodding. I should have guessed. Even if you do have less hair on your face. Hard to tell humans apart. Okay, do we say what wizard or I am also a wizard? What wizard or I am also a wizard? You're a wizard, Harry. What wizard? What? I am. I am. What wizard? What? I am. Say what? What? 3 whats? I am. 4 whats? I am. 4 whats? 2 ams. 5 whats? 2 ams. I'm a wizard, but not a hairy wizard. 5 whats? 3 ams. 5 whats? 3 I ams. Okay. 5 whats? 3 I ams. 5 whats? 3 I ams going once. 5 whats? 3 I ams going twice. Okay. What wizard? The woodsman uncurls an arm and gestures up the mountainside. The wizard, he says again. Then it seems he can think of nothing more to say, so he lowers his finger. I think we just met that wizard, actually. That was the sorceress. So, do we ask him, tell me about the 7 serpents? Do we say, what are you doing here? Or do we say, tell me more about the wizard? Tell me about the 7 serpents, what are you doing here? Or tell me more about the wizard. I think, again, I feel like we already met the wizard, but now he's a wizard. What are you doing there? Where's Rachel? Who does number 2 work for? Okay, tree thing. Your bark may be worse than your bite. But I'm not going to let you branch this conversation off any further. Now, what would you be doing here? Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Oh, no, no, you can't disguise. Chopping wood. Yeah. He's like, I'm chopping wood. All right. What are you doing here? I'm sorry, I shouted. What are you doing here, you ask? The creature regards the tree stump next to it. I was cutting down a tree, it replies. That's what I was doing. The woodsman points at your blue-stained hands with a claw. I see you've been grubbing in the berries. You know they're poison, don't you? That's not what Sus said. Are they? I feel well enough. Or you're joking. Interesting. Well, if it turns out it's true that they are poison, then I don't know what the heck is going on with Sus. Yeah, I know exactly. Every option. Get out of here. Don't ever talk to me again. Oh, Gord, if we only had water. Yeah, but Sus did, yeah. There was a case, though, where Sus was useful. We used Sus earlier in this book, and it did help at one point earlier in the game. Oh, Stevie Nicks was, yeah. Stevie Nicks was incredibly attractive and also had, like, a really dynamite voice. She always had that kind of sultry, sort of low, honey-type voice, and then it got lower as she got older. He's a large mollusk of some kind of snail eyes. No. Sus says danger. And sometimes Sus, we've used it where it'll say something like, it is not dangerous, but something else is, or whatever. Like, it'll do that. Maybe the berries turn us into a woodsman. Maybe it's poison for woodsmen. I mean, like, you know. All right, last call here. Right now we have a tie. Are they? I feel well enough. So we need someone to break this tie. I mean, look, if we grow prehensile eye stalks, you know, maybe that means that we automatically see in the dark. Or, I don't know, we chop trees 5 times as fast as the normal human. I don't know. Maybe it means that we can see all 7 serpents. Like, we just like, please do not someone vote 3. We don't want to slow things down. Okay. I feel well enough. Okay. That's my guess too, Dunsel. Yeah, I feel well enough. Ah, well, it'll get you later. Then he cracks a smile. Everything will kill you in the end. Okay. Interesting. So. Tell me about the 7 serpents. Tell me about more about the wizard, which we've already seen. Now we can grill him for 7 serpents knowledge. Tell us about the 7 serpents. Oh, well, here's the following knowledge about all 7 serpents. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's totally my guess too, Dunsel. They're reptiles. 7 serpents. There are 7 of them. They're serpentine. 7 of these serpents. That's 1 less than 8. It's 1 more than 6. 7. Or he's like, they're my cousins. And, Bruno's like, enough of this nonsense. I'm going to last call this. Looks like chat is pretty definitive here. Pretty definitive. And once. Twice. And. Tell me the tale of the wizard and the serpent. The tale of the sorcerer and the snake. Just harassing everyone. Like, hey, what about this? Okay. Looks like we are telling about the 7 serpents. The creature frowns. I don't know anything about serpents, it says. I know about beetles. As though on cue, a small insect crawls out of the bark of the half-cut tree, and the creature scoops it up with its tongue. Okay. Do we tell me more about the wizard or enough talking? This one you can just tell me in chat. They sing Yellow Submarine. Yeah, he eats beetles. That's all. That's what he does. He's like an anteater, but he uses an axe. Okay, tell me about the wizard or enough talking. Okay, so we got wizard, wizzy whiz, whiz. Whiz, whiz. It's a fish. Might be a she. Could be. That's true. It does keep... Well, no, he says he. See, it's actually interesting because it was saying next to it. But see, there's a slip here. Oh, wait. There's a slip here, see? It says, then he cracks a smile. So whoever was writing this was thinking about it as a he, interestingly. Otherwise, we wouldn't know. Ever a wizard was, a wizard is one. Okay, so people want to hear about the wizard. Tell me more about the wizard. He's, The creature pauses for thought. Nothing happens. The creature closes its mouth. Oh, he. That's interesting. You've had enough of talking to this imbecilic creature and turn to leave the clearing. Oh, calls. If you do go to see the wizard, it says, watch your back. Okay, well, we got a gourd. We've already seen him, so we're going to keep going this way. Tell me of the wizard, but no talking. I know, right? Going is easy along the old road. The afternoon is drawing on. The east-west road into the mountains branches north here. The elbow of the junction is a small stone idol. Okay, let's look up the slope. Down here, the climb seems impressively steep. Look north. Fishtail Rock. Look at the idol. You pause to look down at the idol, which was definitely not here before. The stone appears to be carved into the shape of an iguana. It stands upright on its tail, fingers splayed. A pictograph in the old hand is written beneath. Again, I'm going to keep looking because the chat gave me that power to do that. The pictograph reads Sorceress. The fingers of the gecko, you notice, are pointing eastwards up the mountainside. Okay, well, we've been there. Do we touch the idol or move on, chat? Touch the idol or move on? Touch it, touch, move. 3 touches, 1 move. Just a poke. 3 touches, 4 touches, 5 touches. Be a fun boy. Touch the idol, 6 touches. No good can come of touching. We're idiots. Touch it. Dunsel doesn't disagree with you. He just thinks you do it anyway. Okay, 7 touch it and 1 move. Okay, going once. Going twice. Okay, 7 touch it. You pause to touch the idol but receive no particular blessing from it. Perhaps its purpose is merely to inform. You stride forwards. Okay, we're going north because we are going to where we said we were, which is up across the bridge to the idol. Now walking across scattered rocks. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. Soon it will be dark. Once again, you see the distinctive fishtail rock sticking up from the earth, but there is no sign of Shadrach the Hermit. Fire outside the cave is burned down to black embers. Okay, all right, there's no reason. We're not going to eat provisions check because we already did that today. So do we call out for Shadrach or do we move on? You should keep combining the binaries. Do we call out for Shadrach or do we move on? Call out? Because we've already seen Shadrach, but this is, again, we're just making our way up over the bridge and getting to the beacon. You deserve it over get judging that nice fish lady. It's true, Ridnell. It's true. May as well call. Call out. Call. Shady. Oh, Shady. I'll take that as a call out, Dunsel. Move on. 3 calls, move on. Could be, it's true. That could be. 3 call outs, move on. Okay. Moving, going once. Going twice. 4 call outs, okay. You try calling out for Shadrach once more, but nothing more happens. Wherever he is, whenever he is, it seems he has moved on. Okay, on we go. Make your way over the grass-covered rocks and boulders, following the trail where you can and scrambling the rest of the way. The sun is sinking. Rocks litter the path. You're back by the pool of whirling air. We're not dealing with that. We've already dealt with that guy repeatedly. Okay. So... you set off across the prairie. Night falls. You need to rest. You're back by the base of the shadowy tower. All right, we're going to climb up the tower because we can do this, remember? Yes, we have. We played Swindlestones with her there, and we, like, hung out with them and stuff. So, yeah, we have. Okay. Right, and we're going to stay here. Oh, it's not going to let us rest here? I just want to rest here. What the hell? What? All right. Man. Okay, fine. All right, we're going to rewind. I thought that you could rest up there. That was the point. Yeah, I know. Tree yesterday and look up to it immediately. I know. Okay. So we're going to move on. We're going to the tower. We rest there because it's nighttime. Oh, yeah. Rest outside. We've already got our food. You stretch out and rest. The remainder of the night is restless with visions. You hang limp from a cross of wood thousands of feet up in the air. A flock of crows are slowly rising, intent on taking your eyes. Through it all, you feel the heat of Analand burning should your quest fail. Right, day 12. You gained 1 provision and met Bria the Sorceress. Okay. You wake as the first rays of the sun cross the plain, feeling stiff and aching. You struggle to your feet. Okay, looks firm and fresh, whatever. Head back southwards. Okay, so it's a new day and we have not eaten yet. Just be aware of that, chat. Okay, rejoin the road. Continuing to head this way. Okay, we go to the bridge. Ooh, okay. Chat, do we fill the gourd with water? No. We're going up to the beacon. I want to go to the beacon, and we're stopping at the beacon up there. That was the plan. That was the plan, Rudnell. Do we fill the gourd with water or we move on? Why not gourd, water, fill? I didn't even think about that, but that'll be nice. Fill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fill. Anyone object to filling it? Water up, water. Okay. Seems logical. You lean out into the river and fill up the gourd. You move onwards. Lovely. Go over here. Okay. Very warm now. You begin to sweat under your cloak. You cross the bridge once more. The grassy plains stretch away once more. Behind you, the river roars and screams. Mighty bridge leads back across the river from here. Okay, there's no reason to stop to eat right now. We do have to eat before the day comes to a close, but it hasn't yet. So, okay. Move here. Continue across the fertile grassland, long grass brushing your boots. The mid-afternoon heat floods the region. Road is a solid flagstone track, not grand but serviceable enough. It is clearly frequently used by farmers' wagons and supply carts, though how any of these cross the river is a mystery. Road curves eastward towards a stone tower. A smaller track winds north between clumps of trees. You cast a glance towards the river. Water rushes past at a tremendous rate. It seems incredible to think this will ever dry up, but you can understand that when it does, it will take the whole valley with it and leave only desolate dust behind. Yeah, that's very true. Very true, Renell. That is true facts. You stride onwards, feeling the day's first rumblings of hunger in your stomach. Okay. I'd like to get to the tower, please. Okay, so chat, do we want to eat here because it said the thing about hunger? Should we eat here now? I have not. I don't know what the Battle of Polytopia is, Reknar, no. So should we... I did say we were hungry. Should we stop to eat and then go up to the tower? Or do we save it still? Okay, so move, eat. 2 for move, 1 for eat. 2 for move, 2 for eat, 2 for move, 3 for eat, 2 for move. Okay, so 2 for move and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 eats. 3 for move, 5 eat. Nice. 3 for move, 5 eat. Oh, okay. 2 for move and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I got it. 5 for move. Very minimalist Civ game. Interesting. No, I have not heard of it before. Is it recent, Regnar, or is it a while ago? All right. It looks like people want us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eat. Actually move. Okay. Let's see. So we're talking. If we count Regnar's move, let's move. Move 4 for move and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for eat. 5 for eat, 4 for move. All right, 5 for eat, 4 for move. Going once. Going twice. Eat while walking. What is this, Japan? Not an option. All right, so we're eating. Taking the forest berries from your pack, you fill your empty stomach and try not to think about what you will eat tomorrow. A clatter of wheels makes you turn your head. Man, I was just about to get the tower. A cart is approaching, driven by a broad figure in a long cloak. It's just about to get to the beacon. Okay. Do we greet the figure? Do we step aside? Or do we duck out of sight? Maybe he has stuff to sell us. Oh, interesting. What do we do? Do we greet the figure, step aside, or duck out of sight? I don't know. We got full stamina, full belly, 14 gold, multiple spells. I know. If only, Wenchkin, we had just held on to the duck that we obviously had. Salutations. Okay, I'm going to last call this because it looks like we're pretty definitive on wanting to greet this guy. I greet you. And... okay. Greet the figure. You step into the cart's path and raise a hand. The figure raises a fist in return. Stranger, calls the figure. Do you want blood? That's an interesting question. Stay back. What manner of creature are you? Or what manner of blood? I don't know what to make of that, but... alright, do we say stay back, what manner of creature are you, or what manner of blood? Yeah, blood for the blood gourd. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, no, I'll have to take a look at that, Ragnar, just to check it out. I have very much a love-hate relationship with Civ. I obviously, like everyone, played a lot of it. Starting with... I may have played Civ 1, but I remember playing Civ 2, and then Civ 3, and Civ 4. And like I liked Civ, but there was a part where some of the micromanagement got annoying to me. I always kind of preferred the Heroes of Might and Magic games, where I felt there was a little bit less of the kind of super micromanaging that I wasn't crazy about. What manner of blood? Alright, this also looks like... was it that early? I mean, I certainly didn't play it that early. I didn't even do anything with computers until, we got our first computer in 1990, 89 or 90, when we got our Packard Bell 386, and I didn't get my own full... I mean, unless you count my TRS-80, which hardly counts. So... rude, no, it's funny. Okay, what manner of blood? You call. The cart driver booms a cheerful laugh. All kinds. She throws her hood and waves towards the back of the cart. I am the butcher of Badubak. Steak of elephant, blue hide of snatacat, ribs of goats. What do you fancy? Ooh, we can get some rations. The driver gestures with a brandished cleaver to the back of her cart, from which a thin river of blood trickles. Buy everything. True. See, let me see it. Buy something, waver on. Yeah, is this how this works in the Cladabac? What is later, I guess in the past, was not the Cladabac steps. It was just drive along with a bunch of cut up meat. Yeah, exactly, Rogan. I'm like, is this like Alright, let me see it. Of course. She leaps up from the driving seat and pulls back the canopy on the side of the cart. The back is filled with row upon row of hung carcasses. Alright, do we buy something or do we waver on? Her demeanor is so chill the meat keeps. What do you think, chat? You can tell me this in chat. Do we buy something or waver on? Buy. Buy, let's buy something. Mm-hmm. It's also why spices were so incredibly popular, because it could season the meat so you didn't taste what you're actually eating, you know what I'm saying? Okay, everyone's in favor of buying something. You nod. I'll buy something from you. She beams with pleasure. What'll it be? The Oliphant steak is 7 gold pieces. Blue hide is 10. The steaks are bloody and raw and will be no good without cooking. Okay, so I think blue hide is actually Snatacat, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So Oliphant steak or Snatacat, basically. So we could cook it. I mean, this could give us rations. That is too much. By font. Or buy Snatacat meat. We won't be able to get both of them. Unless she drops her prices. I mean, my hope is that the meat would be good enough that you could actually get a couple of rations out of it and have some. Like, we've actually found, if you count the tea that we drank, we have found that in the hut with the sorceress, we have actually found more actual sustenance now than we have in like 5 sessions of this game. For a while, the ration situation was dire. I guess so, Rogan. I don't know what. Like, maybe we use hot to burn it or something? We have not seen the Snaticats. We battled them, yeah. Oh, yeah. I could see that, Arudno, yeah. Alright. Let's call. You could freeze the meat. Right, well, we were just waiting for a butcher to do it for us professionally, Triffid. See, that's how... Okay, we're going to close the poll. That is too much. You lie. The butcher nods sadly. Then I wish you well, traveler, but I am no charity. Okay. So... So we could cast... Illusion of Worship. So I guess we could make ourselves seem like a god. I will eat your meat. I am a god. Yap lets us talk with animals. I don't know what the benefit of that is. The animals that she has are dead, and she's not an animal. Or we could... We don't have invisibility, so we can't do... Because we don't have the pearl rings, we can't do that. We could do... We could zap her in the chest. I don't know. Again, that seems a little aggressive. It's like half an elephant. We could cast Jig. Yes, we could. We could cast Jig. Start her dancing and then steal her meat. I mean, is that how this works? We could control non-intelligent creatures. Except she is not a non-intelligent creature, so that's not going to work on here. But I mean, you know. And... Zap God, yeah. Yeah, we got that, okay. Whoops. Alright. Or buy something. Okay, and before... Nah, I don't want to try a Twitch poll right now, because I want to kind of zip through this Ragnar. Not zip through it, but I do have to get off here, so get done. So I want to make sure that we finish with this, get to the tower, and then wrap. So, I just want to see what God does explicitly, because we haven't used that yet. When this spell is cast, any creatures or humans nearby will take an immediate liking to the caster and will offer aid and information. The illusion spell can only be performed if the caster is wearing a jewel of gold. Ah, so if we cast that, she might like us. That's interesting. Okay. So what do you want to do, chat? So that is what God would do. And if you're voting for that, so that's interesting. So we could do that. If you cast God, then that means that she will take a liking to us and presumably would sell us the stuff for less. Or cast Jig, which makes her dance, and I know Ragnar is rooting for that. Or cast Zap, which is lightning, which seems aggressive and wow. Or Law, which would cause us to control non-intelligent creatures, which isn't going to work. She is intelligent. Or buy something, which would be fine. Or draw our swords, because I guess the time has come for combat, apparently. Or wave her on. Okay, I'm going to last call this. Vote 6, nah. Let her move on, yeah. Nobody wants to see a dancing butcher. Okay. Looks like we're casting God. So we're like, what about this? She's like, I'm sorry, stranger, but I have no charity. I'm like, oh, just a moment. La! And she's like, wow. What do you do with a dancing butcher? What do you do with a dancing butcher? What do you do with a dancing butcher early in the morning? Okay. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic and your jewel of gold begins to shine and gleam. Oh, the butcher exclaims, looking hard at you. My apologies. I did not realize who you were. She drops her cleaver immediately. Of course, you must have all that you can carry. She steps back from the cart. Okay. Should we take some meat? Ask for her money. No, we need rations more than money. Ask her about the 7 serpents? Or tell her to leave. I don't think it necessarily means that she becomes someone who has, like, no control over anything. We could get some aid from her and then take her meat. You know? But the money, like, you know, like, what is the point? I mean, we already have plenty of money. What we need is food. Yeah. I guess I do a little bit. But then, Triffid, couldn't you argue that you might disapprove of her trying to, you know, overcharge for her goods? Or even better, what if you're a vegetarian and you disapprove of her trade? Aha. Yeah, I thought she was just going to reduce the price also. But at least, you know. Look at this spell. God! She could charge what she wants. That sounds very pro-corporate of you, Triffid. What would Bernie Sanders say? In a world where meat carts are being driven around with millionaires and billionaires, I must once again ask you to not take this meat. It is irrational that the market forces... yeah, exactly. All right, chat is agreed. There we go. Sorry, that was weird. Take some meat. You go over to the cart and take 3 large joints and wrap them in muslin to place into your pack. Raw meat must be cooked before it will serve as a ration. Okay. The butcher smiles and nods fervently. Okay. So now, do we This would be now. This is where I get off the train. I don't think we should. I don't think we should be asking for her money. I mean, the 7 serpents, okay, that's fine. But like, telling her to leave or like, I don't know. That seems lame. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put that up as a regular poll. Okay. Ask for her money. Ask her about the 7 serpents, or tell her to leave. What is... Look at... Rogan's like, votes for it. He's like, I will punt anyone that says money. Rogan's like, $ change vote. I didn't... I mean, who would do that? Who would ever... Really, I just... Oh, man. No, it's fine. It was just funny because of the timing of it. It was just like, it looked like you saw that and you're like, ah. Okay. All right, we're going to last call that. And close call. Okay. Ask her about the 7 serpents. What can you tell me of the 7 serpents? She looks blank. Nothing. I have never sold serpent meat. It is unclean. Okay, you feel the spell beginning to fade. Started to fade. So, do we ask for money or do we tell her to leave? This you can just tell me in chat. And there's one answer here. It's to get the hell out of Dodge. Yeah, leave, leave, leave. Money, Ragnar. That's a fight that you're asking for with her. That's what's happening. Leave, 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 leave. Okay, please leave. Okay. Tell her to leave. Leave me, you demand. She nods twice. As you wish. She leaps aboard the cart, whips the oxen, and disappears across the plain. The sound of the river chatters around you. You continue to go. All right. Finally, you leave the clear road and cut across the grassy fields. Slowly, the sun begins to make its way back down to the sky. You reach the base of the stone tower. There is a closed door in the wall to the southwest. Let's try the door. You try the door, but it's locked. Still, at least this tower has a door. Do we have... I'm just doing this because this was normally what we would be asked to do. Ooh, it worked. The snake belly key. Remember... Okay, do you remember we fought this snake near the tree? We fought the snake near the tree. I don't remember if it was... I think it was the present. Not the past, but the present. We fought that snake and it kept depressing us, remember? And we managed to fight it and then kill it. And then there was this key and we didn't randomly know what it was for. That was a long time ago. I was just like, okay, because I assume we have a key that we found. I didn't know it was that key. That's awesome. Remarkably enough, it turns. The old door creaks open. Presumably, whoever last locked this door met a most unfortunate end some time ago. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. Yeah, we fought him tomorrow a long time ago. All right. You step through the tower door into the shadowy interior. Who knows how long it has been since anyone last set foot inside. Okay. The inside of the tower is cavernous and empty but for a stone staircase that spirals around the walls. Dark vines have grown up the inside of the tower and form a thick matting across the ceiling. Okay, do we cut down the vines? Whoops. Great place for a nap. Oh my god, next work we start 6 a.m. Good god, CQ. But having said that, yes, we're just about to do that. When we get to the top of this tower, we're going to wrap for the night. Okay, cut down the vines, search this room, cast a spell. Here's what we've got for spells. We can cast... How? That would give us safe passage. Hot is fireball. I don't know why we would do that unless we want to burn down the vines, but that seems like a bad idea when we're inside it, frankly. Fog is darkness. I think that's just 1 stamina. Yeah. Cut vines, so campfire, no. Yeah. Doc is healed disease. We don't have a medicinal potion. We have got... Now we have sun, which creates light. That might make it easier for us to see inside here, actually, and it wouldn't cost us any stamina to do that. We could also cast... Oh, I already did that, sorry. We could also cast B... Yeah, big. Not bog. Alright, or big. Yeah, there's no sus, so... sun or big. Oh, we already did that. Okay. Or make a move. So, cut down the vines, search the room, cast Tower Hot, cast Fog, cast Sun or Big, or make a move. The thing about Sun is that that would allow us to see first what we were looking at around us, and it doesn't cost any stamina. Big is 1 stamina. I don't know the point of growing to huge size inside here, but I guess. Cut down the vines. I don't know. I mean, we're going to probably have to cut down the vines eventually. But I don't know that we do it initially. And we also may want to search the room eventually, but it's really cool that the Despair Snake had that key. So it's a good thing that we actually dealt with the freaking Despair Snake in the past. I forgot that we got the key from that snake. Vote 5, Sunny Delight. So let's see. We have Sand for the Fire Serpent. We have Throff for the Earth Serpent. We need to find the Marsh Goblins for the Time Serpent. And then we don't have the oil for the Water Serpent, so we need to even find, get the oil from someplace. And then that just leaves the one serpent that we don't actually even know what it is. So... Oh, interesting, Arudnell. I haven't heard that before. Wedgkin, you can do $ change vote space and then put the number, the one you want. Also, for those of you who cast Sun or Big, I assume you're all casting Sun, but you can tell me. Normally it would be, but no, CQ, because since it's dark inside... actually, it doesn't say that it's dark now that I think of it, but maybe these dark vines will... I don't know. Normally I would have just cast Sun because it's like not much stamina. It doesn't cost any stamina, and because it'll light up the inside and allow us to see things we didn't have as well. But yeah, it's like search, not investigate. Sun, Sun, Sun. Okay. All right, it sounds like we're going with Sun. Yes. You wind the constellations into alignment around you until the sun jewel starts to glow with a magical white glow. The light brightens the gloomy interior. In the light of the jewel, you can see things a little more clearly, but nothing unusual jumps out. Okay. Rather than going through all these in the polls, I'll just ask in chat. Cut down the vines, search the room, or make a move. Yeah, I know, right, Aruno? Cut down the vines or search the room. Or make a move. Search, search, cut, search, search. Cut first, then search. So we have 4 search, 2 cut. 4 search, 3 cut. 5 search, 3 cut. 5 search, 3 cut. 5 search, 3 cut. 5 search, 3 cut going once. 5 search, 3 cut going twice. That's true, actually, CQ. All right. Search the room. Instead of going through the hatch, you use the light to poke around the corners of the room. You find little of interest until you stumble over what appears to be an old traveling pack. Open it or kick it. Open it or kick it. I feel like kick it is really dangerous, though. I mean, well, see, what I'm worried about is if we kick it, we break something, but if we open it, maybe we get attacked. So I don't know. Open it or kick it. This is hard. I don't know what to say about this one. 3, 4 kick. 1, 2, 3. So open, open, open. 4 open. And 3 kick. 5 open, 3 kick. Yeah, I have no idea, though. It may be that we're opening it up and we're going to get attacked by a billion snakes. 5 open, 3 kick. I have no idea. 5 open, 3 kick. 5 open, 3 kick. Haha, rude, no, yeah. 5 open, 3 kick. Okay, we're going to go with open then. You open the pack and are surprised to find, I'm glad we didn't kick it, the brand of the Analand Leatherers inside the top flap. Digging inside, you find 3 stoppered vials. Okay, these ones, I'll look at all of them. The actual vote was open? Okay, good, Ragnar. So that's what we did anyway. You lift the purple vial and shake it in the lift. The liquid inside is thin but shines slightly. You recognize it, of course. Blimberry. You put it into your pack, an excellent find. Hell yes. We got our medicinal potion back, chat. That means, A, that we have Doc, which cures disease, but also will counter hot. So good news all the way around there. The brown vial contains a thick oil that you do not recognize. We need oil for the water serpent. This is perfect. We need oil for that water serpent. Okay, do we smell it, taste it, or leave it? Apparently we have to do one of those. Smell it, taste it, or leave it. That's pretty sweet, because we need oil to stop this thing. Smell it, taste it, or leave it. Smell, taste, smell, taste. I have 2 for smell, 2 for taste. 3 for smell, 2 for taste. 4 for smell. Yeah, leave it means leave it behind, exactly. Which we don't want to do. 4 for smell, 3 for taste. 5 for smell. 6 for smell. Okay, looks like we're going with smell. You unstopper the vial. A heady, woody smell fills your nostrils. This is an essence of bark. A good thing you did not try to taste it. Woo! Okay. That's useful, so we're going to keep it, but definitely a good thing we didn't taste it. You put the essence of bark into your pack alongside the purple vial. The yellow liquid is thin and sour looking. The vial has a mark on it depicting a serpent. I don't know what to do about this. See, does that mean anti-serpent? It says aniline. It looks like maybe poison, I would guess, right? Presumably. So do we taste it, keep it, or leave the vial? Keep but don't taste. Okay, 2 keep, 1 taste. 2 keep, 2 taste. 3 keep, 2 taste. Taste seems like a bad idea to me. Taste seems very dangerous to me. 3 keep, 2 taste. 4 keep, 5 keep. I just, like, I don't know. It's got a serpent on it. Like, what, you know? We don't need it for rations. Like, it's just we keep it for poison to use against something, presumably. Maybe that's going to be the weakness of the serpent. We don't know yet. Keep the taste in your pack. All right, so keep it, but don't taste it. You put the yellow vial into your pack. It is a poison, and so long as you are careful, may come in useful at some point. Then you close the pack, satisfied with what you have found. That was good stuff. Yeah, see? Okay. Taste. Oh. Right, Shadowed. Okay, do we cut down the vines or do we make a move? Cut down the vines or make a move, chat. Cut, cut, move. 2 cuts, 1 move. 3 cuts, 1 move. Make a move to cut the vines. 4 cuts, 1 move. 4 cuts, 2 moves, with a attempting to do both from Ragnar. 4 cuts, 2 moves. 4 cuts, 2 moves. 4 cuts, 2 moves. It's just vines. We're not here to garden. Change vote to cut. Okay, so it looks like we're going with cut and you put that all together. That's funny, Runo. Okay. You climb to the top of the stairs and hack at the dark vines that grow across the ceiling. They begin to drip a thick, oozing sap onto the floor of the tower. Do we keep cutting the vines or do we make a move? The cut is a real vote. Move, keep cutting. 2 move, keep cutting. I have no idea what to revise on this at all. 2 move, 2 cut. I have no idea. 2 move, 3 cut. cut more because obviously all were oblivious. 2 move, 4 cut. 3 move, 4 cut. Oozing sap, this is bad, but Snickersack. 3 move, 5 cut. I don't know. I just don't know. Three move, 6 cut. Or no, 3 move, 5 cut still. Alright, going once. Going twice. Maybe it's like that. You slash again at the vines across the roof, uncovering a trap door. Aha! We needed to do this to get into the trap door. Okay, now the question is, so we did need to do that because we needed to get through the trap door, but now we have to decide what we want to do at this time. So we did need to get there, but do we wipe away the sap? Or do we cast a spell? What? Okay, so I'm going to rewind there because there's no... Please, God, don't let me go through all of it. Are you joking me? See, that's... They need to make these more gradated. You shouldn't have a situation where you have to rewind all the way back here. Sun... Alright, search the room. Right, open it. Examine the purple vial. Examine the brown vial. Smell it. Keep it. Examine the yellow vial. Keep it. Cut down the vines. Keep cutting the vines. Okay, so we have 2 choices. Wipe away the sap or remove my cloak. Wipe away the sap or remove our cloak, chat. You can tell me this in chat. Wipe away the sap or remove our cloak. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have time to wipe or not because we started doing the spell. So I don't know. I have no idea. Well, because it's on our cloak, right? Isn't it on our cloak? I don't actually know. Wipe. All right, let's try wiping then. You try to wipe away the sap, but succeed only in covering your hands with it more. You can feel your clothing becoming stiff and flexible. We can't cast a spell. We won't have time. So... I'm just checking. Okay, so... Right. Alright, let's do this again. We may have to pray to Throff, which I'd rather not do, but... First I have to do this to get the stuff back. Oh my goodness. S-U-N. Cast. Around. Search the room. Open it. Examine the purple vial. Examine the brown vial. Smell it. Keep it. Examine the yellow vial. Keep it. Cut down the vines. Keep cutting the vines. And okay. So, if we remove... Yeah, that's true, but we can't cast the spell until... Well, right, yeah, but we can't cast the spell until we, after we do the searching. Okay, this sounds like... Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize then. I jumped through that instead of letting chat make that decision. I apologize. Okay. That's my fault. I thought that in doing this, I was just getting it so that I could rewind this thing. I apologize. So, we just chattered and we're free, so we're good. My bad. Sorry. I wasn't trying to railroad there. I honestly wasn't. I thought I misunderstood that was happening. So, open the trapdoor. Sorry. I didn't realize that's what was going on. Okay. Enjoying your regained mobility, you hurry back up the stairs once more and pull the trapdoor bolt back. Hatch to the roof falls open, letting an array of sunshine. Now it's time to move on. You could go back out to the plane or up to the top of the tower, and we've been trying to go up here the whole damn time. So here. You push open the hatch and go through to be met by a strong wind. You stand atop a stone tower in the northern plains of Badubak. The tower bears another brass cylinder similar to the last. On one side of the turret floor is a trapdoor which is open. You turn about, I'm looking, as I'm allowed to do. Turn about on the spot, taking in the view in all directions. The fissure in the land now rushes with water, and where the light from the cylinder falls, all is bright and green. The effect makes your eyes water. Okay, we activate the beacon, and it sweeps into life. All right, chat, so this is what it's going to look like. Beacon, beacon, beacon. There's a farm there. Ooh, look at that. There's like a... What is that? There's like a village of some kind over there, or something. That doesn't even exist in the present. Okay, so that's cool. So there's that. It could be. It looks more like a village with a compound of some kind of Rudnell, but maybe. So there's that. That's cool. Also, you see that there's also a cave there, it looks like. In the present, or in the past, rather, and there isn't one there. In the, there's a cave in the past, and there wasn't one in the present. Then there's this. Also, what is that? That's when the statue was completed, I guess. So we got a farm, we got a village. No, the marsh I think is over there. You can see it like actually right here. Where the beacon is shining, there is a marsh there, which is definitely what we're going to want to look for later, for sure, because of the marsh goblins, you're right, but not on this side. So basically what we've got here is we've got that area that's interesting. We've got that completed statue, whatever that is, that's interesting. We've got that area up here, and of course we've got the farm, so which is not there before, and that's all new stuff. So if we do this, I think, well, it doesn't quite... I think that opens up almost everything. It doesn't open this up, but we can do that last. So we'll have to remember that this is here. Don't let me forget that, chat. Don't remember that this thing is here. But in the beginning, if we hold it like this, I think that will let it, well, see, there we go. That should work. So that opens up the farm, it looks like. It opens up this area here too, and it opens up the statue. So that makes the most sense, I think. And then next time we can worry about, like, you know, we're not going to do any of this tonight. But after we explore these areas, we go back here, turn it over there to get whatever that is. You adjust the cylinder, now almost accustomed to the curious effect of the magical light. It seems to bring the dust of this dead land to life like a sunbeam picking out motes in the darkness. You feel better for having touched the cylinder. So now we can see what this looks like. And if I put this over here... Yeah, see, so this is still available. All this, this, and this. And then next time we'll be able to, I mean, again, after we explore these, then we'll be able to go over there at the last point. So that's pretty good. Look at how pretty this all looks now, chat. We've got here, here, and we can fast travel to any of these places too. So I figure we explore this area, get all we can do here, then have this basically shine on... Now that the beacon is lit, we don't need to have this, this doesn't need to activate here anymore. So then this could be used to basically open up the marsh. We explore the marsh looking for the goblins. After we're done with all this, I mean, we go back here, we explore the marsh looking for the goblins, have them tell us the secret of the Serpent of Time or whatever. And then we climb up here and use the bridge to get over to here. And we've got 2 more beacons left. There's one here, and there's one here that we can light up. And that's it. So... we are definitely getting there. Okay. You descend from the sky. You are back on top of the tower in the plains. The telescope-like cylinder rests on its setting. Okay. Good stuff. And that we are going to do next time. Yay! Such a fun game. Such a fun game. Really, really fun. And it's been really nice, actually, to see how this all works out. Oh, I know why it's doing that. It's been doing this weird thing, and I know why. Because my auto white balance is not supposed to be like that. That, I think, is better. Oh, no, what did I just do? Okay. Good. All right. Lovely. So, and yeah, I know, I was going to say we just sleep here. It'll be good. Yes, definitely. Well, Heaven's Vault is definitely on the docket for me to take a look at, Ragnar. And we can also, of course, always nominate it next month for the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month next month. We can always do that too. But at the moment, we have had Frostpunk was the winner, and so I must adhere to the will of chat, which I will do. Oh yeah, going to bed now while you have gas to do it. Yeah, that makes sense, Rudno. This was a lot of fun, everybody. And unfortunately, we did not get to do Espergenesis, but we will have that again next week. Carlos, hopefully you'll be feeling better shortly. And that's the deal with that. But I will be around, of course, Saturday night for D&D with viewers, which will start sometime between 7 and 8 p.m. I guess it's right around 7:30, perhaps. Oh my goodness, Uncle Elias with the Tier 1 sub. Thank you, Uncle Elias. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. 30 months. Wow. Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. Thank you, Uncle Elias. I appreciate it. So yeah, we're going to be doing that again next. We're going to be doing that tomorrow's D&D with viewers. Remember, tomorrow I've got the Farpoint panel, which is going to be on online civility and social media. Thank you, Elias. Thank you. Yes, I'm very happy with this camera. This camera was a long time in coming. I've been thinking about getting something else that was going to be replacing my webcam, and finally I took the plunge, and so yeah, it was great. So, so D&D with viewers on Saturday, but again tomorrow at 11 a.m. for Farpoint. Double check. You can head over to the Farpoint, do a search for Farpoint Fantasy Con, and then you can. Thank you, Triffid. You can do that link, which Triffid has carefully has conveniently placed up there, and then you can watch that if you register. You have to do some kind of like webinar registration, but I think it's free to do it. And I'm going to be speaking on online civility and social media. It would be fun if some of you stop by, and I can be like, see, let me show you some of the most civil. Oh my God, would you stay up? Let me, with the most civil people that we actually have, anyone that we could possibly get, the most civil possible people. Yeah, so that's happening tomorrow at 11 a.m. And then, as I say, I will be here for D&D with viewers tomorrow at later that day, 7:30 p.m., right around there sometime Eastern. And then Sunday, we have got, of course, Blades in the Dark, as Brandon O'Brien brings the rest of the Intrepid crew for our joint Speculate Twitch adventure that we do once a month here. No. You were always civil, Dragon. You're always civil. You can be occasionally mildly trollish, but you're always civil. But yes, so please consider doing that because that would be most helpful. Otherwise, though, I am going to rise up on out of here. And let me double check and just see here. If you like what you saw and heard today, by the way, and you are new to the stream, please follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube. And I'm trying to get more subscribers over there as I build that channel towards being able to monetize it just in case, basically. So if you haven't done so, please consider subscribing to the channel over at YouTube. It's free, but it would definitely help me out if you can do that. !ArvTube for that. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams, and of course the website arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, exclamation point Arv Shop is my merchandise area where you can get stuff for Adventures to Middle-earth, Infinity and Beyond, and also hopefully Esper Genesis stuff there soon as well. Exclamation point Arvtreon is that Patreon you see sitting right there. That's really the financial backbone of the channel. That is partly what made it possible for me to get this new awesome camera that I have, which is, I think, definitely making a difference for how the stream looks. So you can consider supporting that because it gets you cool stuff individually and also cool stuff for the channel, for channel goals and that sort of thing. And of course, we have on top of that the sub button right above that, or I guess below the video window now, wherever it is, where you can subscribe as Uncle Elias just did, and you can get custom sub badges and emotes, and of course inspirations to help the players as well. You can get inspirations from the Patreon also. And lastly, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, exclamation point Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, print coming very soon, I swear, and exclamation point Greyshade KS for details about my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is on the way. The Greyshade Kickstarter is going to be launching mid-month of March, so mid-next month. March 16th is our target date, and I'm very excited about the prospects for that. And more details about that also coming soon now that the date is getting more firmed up. And last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, extremely important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of preserving Black lives, very important both in the U.S. and elsewhere. So please go there for links on educational resources, political advocacy, places where you can donate, and other things of that nature. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others if they need help, and to reach out to others if you need help. And that's a lot of what that page and frankly what this community is intended to be about. Really enjoyed today because we got a chance to not only play the game but also talk a little bit about music and other fun stuff like that, so it was definitely a good time. Taking a quick look, I raid probably 90% of the time. I'm not going to do that today. I'm not going to do that today because I'm probably going to be raiding tomorrow, and probably also we might raid on Sunday and definitely Tuesday. So I'm going to give it a miss tonight. Tonight, I just want you folks to enjoy yourselves and get some nice sleep and rest. I do, however, want to thank everybody, as I always do, for being awesome. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadowed Mage, Triffany Mats. As always, they are the best in the business. Thank you as well to my wonderful subscribers, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadowed Mage, Triffany Mats. Thank you to Commander Dunsel. Thank you to Galadriel Bot. Oh, that just struck me that I need to stop Arvbot. And I need to leave. Have them leave. Mrs. Dunsel, Regnar, Uncle Elias, and Wenchkin, thank you so much. And I think I said Commander Dunsel, but thank you to Commander Dunsel as well. Thank you to all my subscribers and my Patreon supporters in that group also. Thank you as well to my viewers. Another TT viewer, definitely not a bot. Artem, thank you to Carbo, to Commander Root, Droop Dog, Iscariot Paladin. Thank you to Joint Effort. Thank you to Raidens. Thank you to Superstan. Thank you to Tomtoms, TNS Mephiston, Twitch Details, totally not a bot. You Christensen, VNK, Wibble NZ, and X Rogan. Thank you all so much for everything. This was a lot of fun, and yeah, thank you for sharing some of your time with me. Otherwise, I'll see you folks hopefully at the Farpoint thing tomorrow, 11 a.m. Otherwise, I'll see you on this channel back here at about 7:30 p.m. Eastern, give or take a few minutes, as we move on to play some D&D with viewers. Until then, thanks everyone, much love, and everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.